Hey everyone, can you hear me? Well, it says I'm live. What's going on, everybody? Hey, Boom Blaster Bot. There we go. Hello, Ariel. Unpredictable Axolotl. Kyler. Okay. We got a few people here, right? I haven't done one of these in a while, huh? All right. To anybody that is listening, this is the live stream in celebration of getting to 10,000 subscribers on the channel. I haven't done one of these in a little while. I think the last one was at like 7,000 or something. Basically, I would do these a little more often, but there are some perverse incentives in being a content creator such that it is way easier to stream. It would be a lot easier for me to be doing streaming on this channel. And that's both like monetary wise, creating content wise, a lot lower effort and a lot more outcome as per making career off of this. So any of you who want to see my channel continue and appreciate that I am not just becoming a streamer, please go over to my Patreon and become a patron. It helps me an enormous amount. I live below the poverty line. Okay. I am not living well. And that Patreon is finally coming close to like, paying my rent. That would be really, really nice. So I would appreciate it if any of you who are fans of the channel go over to the Patreon and just even choose like the lowest subscription amount. It helps an enormous amount. But now that the pitch, is finished with, I guess I should say I didn't really end up getting any questions for this Q&A session. When I did the Q&A thing and said I was going to do one on Twitter, I did not really get any questions underneath. Perhaps people have already asked me their questions, or I've answered a lot of people's questions on these streams. I assume there will be a few here in chat as we go, but chances are much more likely that this is just going to be a chill stream. We're just going to hang out for a little while, talk about things. I'll ramble, as I am quite good at doing, and just talk with people here in chat. Thanks for the congratulations. Yeah, 10K is the first landmark that I've actually felt meant something. I guess because, me as a YouTube consumer, when I see a channel that is above 10K, to me, that translates as like at least being a medium-sized channel or whatever you want to call it. So I feel like that means, in my mind, Anark has like finally gotten somewhere, right? It's no longer like super obscure. It's like has a decent like a base of followers, and it's moving forward. It continues to grow, and to the degree where people are continually coming in and watching videos now, even when I am not pushing them, which is a big deal, Hey, what's up, Marlo? Good to see you here. Nice. I got a few people in here that I recognize for sure. Yeah, 2 Anark videos. Yeah, I guess you'd consider this a video. Basically, in my mind, I want to only do one of these live streams in between every one of my major videos. Once again, because of those perverse incentives, I want to make sure that I am not like giving into what YouTube wants from me, essentially, that I'm not compromising the vision that I have for the channel. So I'm trying to limit myself to only doing one of these live streams per every video. Last time that was hard because the video took like, I think it was like 6 months or something. So that was a little more challenging. Somebody asks, What do you think about the labor camps run by the FAI in Aragon during the Spanish Revolution? I've heard a lot of really mixed things about that. I've never done any like primary research on the topic. The research that I've done suggests that there were labor camps, but that they were by the Republican governance. So, like, they weren't actually carried out by the C&T FAI before the collectives had been sacked by General Lister. That's just my impression of the matter. And I think Zoe also echoed that in a tweet that I saw from her one time. So that's my current operating understanding. That being said, even if it were the case, I can answer the question in a hypothetical sense. I don't support labor camps. You know, I would say that creating concentration camps is bad, even if anarchists do it. So even under the hypothetical that they did, I would say it was bad. So let's see here. A Boom Blasterbot asks, what are your thoughts on a vaccine mandate or a lockdown? Okay, so, you know, lots of people have asked me this in private, and I have chosen not to really comment on it on Twitter, because Twitter just is really not a platform that has any room for nuance or people talking about things at length. People really like to cut down every opinion into like a tiny little soundbite. So what I'll say is this. In our society, the state doing a vaccine mandate or a lockdown is an overall net positive. It's a thing that would help the disease not spread. Okay. Now, in an ideal world, would there be some state apparatus, you know, violently imposing its will in order to create a vaccine mandate or a lockdown? The answer is no. You would hope to see broad consensus carried out in an anarchist society on something like this. You would want to see people listening to expertise and things like that. Of course, that would be a very different society from the one that we have, where people are purposely kept ignorant and where there is an enormous vested interest in using every single thing, including a plague, in order to, you know, create political rivalries and to exploit them in order to get elected, or in order to create an us versus them mentality. Now, is that to say that, you know, it's a good thing that they were to impose them violently in the current state of things? Probably not. A lot of the time that's going to be, you know, used in order to justify brutalizing already marginalized populations. But insofar as we're living in the society we are currently living in, I think a vaccine mandate would be a very reasonable thing for the state to do. And a lockdown would also be a reasonable thing for the state to do. And I say that because I'm a consequentialist, and us not having a plague that kills, you know, hundreds of thousands, millions of people, probably overall a good thing, worth it overall. Ideally, we would want a world where people did so willingly, or wherein the better alternative were carried out, which is where people were paid to stay home, for example. That seems like a much more reasonable solution to me. Just pay people to not go to work for a little while. And because it's a capitalist economy, you would assume that they would then also pay the corporations. They would try to compensate everybody in this process. And it seems to me that would cost them a lot less than having enormous economic downturns. But we are ruled by fools. So. Okay, let's go back up. How do you navigate living in the contradiction of an anarchist ethos while living through late stage capitalism? Yeah, I don't see it as a contradiction. I think what we all have to do is figure out how to live with whatever ethos we have in a deeply damaged and corrupted society where hierarchical realism reigns. And my answer to the question is that I do what must be done. I ask myself what things have to be done in order for us to achieve a liberatory society, and I move towards them. And in my mind, that's all that I can do. I cannot like snap my fingers and have an anarchist society and not live within the strictures of a hierarchical society. I'm stuck in the hierarchical society. You know, I can't just do a mass ethical boycott of every terrible thing that exists. That is not really either doable nor is it largely effective. In an interpersonal sense, I don't think boycotts work unless they are well coordinated. So I'm in a situation where, I have to work to live. Therefore, I have to be part of the machine. I have to consume things to live, which means that I have to, unfortunately, fund the exploitation of others. People don't really have a decision. Insofar as that there is any decision, it is within prefiguring a new society, building the alternative such that we don't have to be part of that exploitation, or rather, we're always going to be kind of mixed up in it, but that we minimize the amount that we are feeding into the active exploitation of others. So I guess my answer is work to tear down hierarchical society while also doing your best to operate as an ethical human being within it. Like, I think that's really all that can be done. So let's see here. Somebody say, okay, I think they say I second that on the vaccines. I'm new to anarchism. How would an anarchist respond to COVID within the context of a liberal democracy? Well, once again, I think my answer pretty much gave like a somewhat long form response to what I think about all those, the vaccine mandates and all of that. What does an anarchist do? An anarchist should be attempting to figure out what kind of dual power is needed to weather this scenario. So, anarchists building robust mutual aid programs, grocery delivery programs, helping people who are impoverished, especially people who are losing their jobs because of this whole thing, trying to coordinate people being able to get their vaccines, promoting people getting the vaccines, trying to help people who are in isolation because they've gotten sick, trying to figure out ways to get them things, like I said, like a grocery delivery service, but also producing. You could produce pods, and this is something that I've discussed with some other people. Insofar as that you need to self-isolate insofar as you're sick, but in a general sense, you can be around other people who are already sick. So like coordinating, if people are feeling like really, really alone, just coordinating 3, 4, 5 people who could actually go see each other, who are all already sick, might be a good way to go. I'm not an expert, so perhaps that's not a good idea, but it's something I've thought about as the sorts of things that we might want to carry out in order to prefigure or to build dual power within the context that we're in. But there's lots of answers as to how that we can act within this crisis in order to build dual power. I think mutual aid is one of the biggest ways. Let's see here. I've been getting into reading Stirner. Any advice on additional supplementary resources to help my understanding? Absolutely. Read Stirner's Critics. I do not know if you've just read The Unique and Its Property. Read Stirner's Critics. I read The Unique and Its Property and was kind of like, I had a lot of confusions. There were a lot of things where I had not quite understood what he was saying, and I had a lot of misunderstandings. And then I read Stirner's Critics, and it was the first time I felt as if I had heard Stirner just be clear about what he was trying to say. He's in Stirner's Critics, he says things much more directly, okay? Because he's clarifying a bunch of other people's misunderstandings about what he had written previously. So I highly recommend Stirner's Critics. But yeah, I think if you read, essentially Stirner's Critics and some of his other works, you'll probably understand him decently well. I will be probably doing some mention of him in the following video. Maybe not as in depth as I would like, but there will be some discussion of the unique and ownness. Have you seen the anti-work subreddit? Just curious on your opinion on it since it's jumped from 60K to 1.5 million in a few months. I don't use Reddit really. It's just never really appealed to me a whole lot as a platform. Not to say that I don't see why it might appeal to others. And so I'm really not keeping up with the anti-work subreddit, but I have lots of people who want to talk to me about it for sure. So like I have like even close friends who post on that subreddit or keep track of it. I think a big part of it is COVID put a lot of people in isolation, put a lot of people in situation where they had to leave their job, or because of the stimulus check for a very short period of time, they were able to leave their job. And I think what a lot of people found when they had this extended period of time where they were free from work for the first time was that they were miserable being workers, that labor exploitation was real and it affected their daily lives. And that when they finally had time to themselves, they had time to be alone with their thoughts. They had time to finally not just feel utterly exhausted, perhaps, or they got to read a book for the first time in a long time, or got to do things they enjoy. Because we're in a situation. I mean, I can't speak to whether this is the case in a bunch of other nations, but in the US, we're in a situation where inflation has been destroying our minimum wage for a while now. They don't lower the minimum wage, but they technically are, because inflation just keeps raising the price of every normal amenity in society. And so we're in the situation where people have to work more and more. People are working a lot. And it might be the first time that a lot of people got to experience not working for even like a week or so, because we don't even get vacation here in the US. So I think that might have been one of the big things that led to the explosion of the anti-work subreddit. And if I had to guess, it's probably also at least tangentially related to it in a bunch of other places. I think labor exploitation has gotten extraordinarily out of hand, to the degree where even if that weren't the case, I think a lot of people are recognizing how miserable they are working. So that's kind of that's my very surface level understanding of what's going on. And, I will say one last comment, I suppose. Alki Historiker has talked about it. And it's just kind of like the anti-work subreddit started really radical. And then it sort of liberalized over time. It got kind of recuperated by a bunch of different people, all with a different conception of what anti-work meant. And so it kind of liberalized. That being said, I think it's still a positive force overall. It's a place where people with ostensibly everyday politics, normie politics, you might say, are encountering labor politics for the first time. Perhaps like in an organic sense at first, but then explicitly interacting now with radical theory. And I think that means that it's overall a very positive force. So. Let's see here. Tips on growing out and maintaining such a majestic beard. Well, it didn't start majestic. I think, well, not any, I've met a few to the contrary, but, most men don't grow out a full beard at first. You grow this patchy, terrible, embarrassing thing that you're just stuck with for a long time. But, yeah, I didn't have like the mustache for a long time. And as the mustache filled in, the beard really came together. I would say buying like a clipper, like an electric razor, and using guards and everything, and making sure everything is the right length is a big part of it. Also cutting your neckline correctly, right? Like going from the corners of your jaw, one to the other, you draw a straight line like that. And if you do, I think a lot of the time you'll get a much nicer looking beard. I like it though. Okay. We're not only doing political questions today. What are your thoughts? Okay. I'll jump. People, just so you know, I'm kind of looking for the @Anark tags here. So if I skip your question, that's a very, very likely why it's the case, but I caught one here. Thoughts on insurrection or anarchism? It's weird because I'm in this position where I've actually read like 3 or 4 insurrectionary works. And yet I don't feel like I still have like a really good, strong overall understanding of insurrectionary anarchism. But kind of what I gather from it is that insurrectionary anarchism is much more focused on the process of revolt than it is on revolution. Or at least it seems that way to me. Once again, I feel like maybe I don't even have the best coverage, even after having read some. It seems like it's much more focused on that insurrection, and much more focused on building the militant aspect that is needed in order to, fight back against society as it is currently structured, without a conception that perhaps it will lead to a revolutionary juncture, but instead viewing the act of insurrection as itself being worthwhile. I'm certain that not every person who would call themselves an insurrectionary anarchist holds that view, but it seems to me like a through line. in the works that I've read through. So, what are my thoughts on it? I'm a revolutionary, so my thoughts on it is that no, in fact, you need to be building towards revolution. Any method which does not conceive itself as building towards a transformation of society, in my view, is kind of a form of very exaggerated lifestyle politics, because the state doesn't really care how much you insurrect. The state and all the power structures only really care if you're building something that can threaten their hegemony over society. If you can't threaten their hegemony over society and all you're doing is trying to break down the structure that already exists without anything to replace it, I mean, you're not going to replace it. The mega machine will just continue. A new mega machine will continue is all that will happen. You'll break down the previous one, and if you haven't built something ready to replace it, the mega machine will simply continue on. A new person will seize the vacuum. Very likely, a highly authoritarian a group will seize the vacuum from what historical example demonstrates. We have to be prepared with something that can actually replace the structure we are taking apart. Now, is that to say that I didn't find a lot of lots of value in this sort of militant insurrectionary focus that I was reading about? No, I think that was very valuable. And I think that it will be part of the struggle one way or the other. I think that, you know, these ideas of being highly militant, of being armed and being ready to actually fight back against the state and to lead to its active breakdown through your actions is obviously going to be a component of the process. And I also agree with a critique that I've seen quite often, that, you know, the revolutionary often is somebody who just keeps delaying the insurrection, delaying the you know, combat with the power structures, hoping for a larger and larger and larger critical mass, and they just wait and wait and wait and wait, and nothing ever happens. And I think that is a highly valid critique, and it's the reason why I suppose you might see me as a, by this measure that I've just set out. Once again, I've already admitted my ignorance to some degree. You might call me like a revolutionary insurrectionist, which is, I think, you know, you need to build dual power and then escalate tensions, and then build dual power and then escalate tensions. And at every single stage, be ready to push back against the state while continually building a prefigurative power structure. And I will be going into that in later videos. In fact, in this very series that I'm working on. What are your thoughts on the ML argument that anarchism can't defend itself from outside Oops, I lost it. It's gone. Let me go back. Damn, I'm really far behind. I'm going to try to shorten my answers to these. Where is it? Dang. Okay, what are your thoughts on the ML argument that anarchism can't defend itself from outsider attacks? Yeah, I don't think that that's like baked into anarchism. I think that actually comes from what I was just discussing, that a lot of historical anarchists did not have enough emphasis on prefiguration. They were not building the counter system. The counter system is what allows you to have already learned the act of horizontal coordination. It's like a revolutionary school, and it's a school of militancy as well, so that you'll be prepared to defend yourself when the time comes. And I think that if you're not, you're going to end up in a situation where you have to assume old modes because it's what you already have learned to do. And you're not just going to magically on the spot learn how to organize a horizontal society. So what you have to do is begin organizing a horizontal society before rupture comes. And that's my very short answer to a question that could have a very long answer. Let's see here. Question: my favorite modern anarchist theory? Easy. Especifismo. Go read FARJ. Go read about especifismo. Go bring up social anarchism and organization and just read it from beginning to end. I think that it is by far the most modern revolutionary praxis. It is a development that every anarchist needs to read about and understand and marshal towards their ends. So please go read Social Anarchism and Organization by FARJ, which are Brazilian anarchists. That's my answer to that question. Let's see here. Okay, this yo Anark, I have a Maoist brother and we argue all the time. His favorite question to ask is how would you defend against imperialism? And it leaves me stumped. Okay, I pretty well kind of answered that, I think. So, I'll just expand a little bit more. You know, the the militant aspect cannot be ignored. And this is something that I have actually found some frustration with in anarchist spaces, and libertarian socialist spaces in general. You'll find people that are very interested in dual power building and not very interested in militancy. And then you'll find a bunch of people who are very interested in militancy and not very interested in dual power building. And you have to have both, period. Like it's like, you know, start the militancy however you like. Start it soft if you like. Just start a gun club. Go shooting. Just tell people in the group to buy firearms and learn how to use them. Just go drill small unit tactics once a month. Anything, please, right? Like be prepared for what's going to happen. And I think, the problem is that these two perspectives think the other one is like a threat to their perspective. And no, if we're going to build a horizontal society, it has to have the capacity to do everything a horizontal society needs to do. And one of those things is defend itself from outside aggressors. Okay, we're not going to instantaneously have a global revolution. That's a disproved hypothesis. That's gone. That just forget it. Like it's never going to happen. They thought it was going to happen for 100 years and it didn't. And, like the USSR waited on Germany all that time. And what did it end up doing? And nobody who has waited on outside help has ever succeeded. So you need to understand that what we're building is something that needs to be able to defend itself, something that is capable of internationalist cooperation, but does not rely on internationalist cooperation. So that's a big part of it. Once again, this is a very long conversation, and I will be addressing it even more explicitly in parts 3 and 4 of the series that I'm currently working on. So let's see here. Thoughts on left Rothbardianism. I got to say, I just have like a general skepticism of anybody that is from that school of thought. As for my personal thoughts on it, I am not going to be spending any of my time reading ANCAPs. Anybody who is a supporter of capitalism, I'm probably not going to be reading their work. That being said, could there be useful ideas in there? Probably, insofar as they're also anti-centralization, but overall, I can't say I have thoughts other than that I just don't read ANCAPs. But yeah. What do you think of re-education? I assume you mean the channel, not the concept. Aaron seems like a decent enough guy, kind of does some left unity stuff every once in a while, which I think anybody who follows my content knows how I feel about left unity. But he seems like a good enough guy. I don't have a problem with him as a person. Personally, I watch his videos when he releases them, and they generally seem good to me. Yeah, everybody just keeps talking about Vosh. I have no desire to talk about Vosh. And it's like every single stream too. Everybody just keeps coming back to discussing Vosh. I have no desire. I'm just not even going to talk about any comment on that probably. Mostly memeing with this question. Are DMs, GMs a justified hierarchy? Wow. Okay. Yeah, I mean, obviously answering your meme question seriously, I don't really like this framework of justified hierarchy, I think that's not really the right way to approach these problems. Insofar as like, is there any coercive relation of the GM or the DM or whatever to the players in a tabletop game? The players can just leave the game. If the players don't want to play, they don't have to. And obviously there is going to be an open conversation, in any tabletop game about who the DM or the GM is, and if you like what they're doing, or if you would prefer they did something different and all of that. So yeah, I don't know. I don't really see it as a coercive hierarchy. That's for sure. I'm sometimes confused with how you describe anarchism. Is it a stateless society or is it a direct democracy based off of self-defense? Wouldn't a direct democracy still be considered a state? Well, first I should say that anarchism is not a society of any kind. Anarchism is a methodology in my mind. It's a method, it's a lens of analysis, and it has a view of a future society. But anarchism is not itself a future society. Now, you might have what you might call an anarchist society, which is what I lay out in After the Revolution. And I believe that will be characterized by a high degree of direct democracy. But I would not say that a direct democracy would be considered a state by its very nature. It kind of depends on how the direct democracy functions. For example, you could have a direct democracy that is still a state insofar as that the government of this system still has some standing army, and the standing army is controlled by, a few delegated people, and it could indeed have state structures involved in it. But a direct democracy, for example, who their military is just a huge confederation of militias, and where everything is decided directly by the people, everything is mutable, everything, what you have is direct delegation and revocation. That is not a state, at least not by the way that anarchists describe it. And I lay out why that's the case in a few different videos. But I think Malatesta's definition makes it clearest, and that is that the state is essentially the means by which the people are alienated from the power to control the civic duties of society. I do not consider a state, I don't consider every power structure to be a state, which I lay out in both the latest video and Power. Power structures can be either horizontal or hierarchical, and it's hierarchical power structures that anarchism is opposed to, not power structures, period. So the answer to that is anarchists do indeed advocate a stateless society, and I would not consider all direct democracy to be a state. It depends on how that direct democracy is carried out, and if the people are alienated from the aspects of civil governance, whether they have control over all of the necessary functions of society. Given the choice of anyone in the world, whom would you want as a dinner guest? I do not know. I'm really bad at answering questions like this. I don't know if you mean alive or dead. I am not sure. Don't know the answer to that one. Yeah, not sure. Not sure. Sorry. I'll think about that one. Maybe I can answer it a little bit later. Somebody literally just said Deleuze. That's the question. Deleuze. I actually like, as somebody who is very analytical, I actually like Deleuze and Guattari quite a bit. Sometimes they frustrate me a little bit, but I generally like their work, and I like their conclusions in a general sense. I wouldn't say I kind of like hold all of their conclusions, but a lot of the things that I guess I should summarize by saying it's not just all critique. They actually construct a counter to Enlightenment logic, which I find highly valuable. It actually at least gives me something to chew on. When work is just all critique, I'm generally not super interested in it. It's super easy to critique. You can critique and feel really good. It's junk food as far as I'm concerned. It's intellectual junk food. So like writing this last video was hard because it was all critique, and I just kind of felt like not as motivated by it. In my mind, if you have a critique, you need to be able to provide an alternative, and Deleuze and Guattari do. So I actually really like their work for that reason. What do you think about central warehouses and just large corporate settings in general, leading to a lack of diversity in thinking since so many people's lives are identical? Well, I think you've said it. I mean, it's precisely the case. I think that living in living your life in homogenized settings leads to homogenized viewpoints, certainly. I think it also leads to a mechanical life. I think it leads to a life that is very anti-human, that is very anti-life itself, that is against the organic creative impulses of humankind, and instead turns us into cogs in a machine. It mechanizes us. And I think that that is the source of misery within hierarchical society. Have you heard anything on how Cooperation OKC is doing now? I know they started a while ago, not sure of how much of a turnout they had. I don't know exactly how many active people they have right now, but I do know they are moving forward. Last I asked, I think they had maybe 3 to 6 people who are regularly coming, and that is actually enough to get a group started. So if they've maintained even that number of people, then they have a future, you know. I know that some of their members are going to be involved in projects Cooperation Tulsa is currently working on. So there is progress with Cooperation OKC. They certainly didn't fizzle out. Where do you see the practical difference between Luxemburgism and anarchism? To me, it feels like they want exactly the same. Now, I haven't studied Rosa Luxemburg super in depth. I've read about her, mostly through accounts from third person. And I've read Socialism or Barbarism, and I have read certain passages from different parts of her work. So I really couldn't tell you the answer to that. My impression of Luxemburg is that she's kind of like a very libertarian democratic socialist. And that is to say, it seems to me as if she still wants a state. Still, she wants the workers to be in control, but she wants a state. I'm not going to weigh in too heavily on that because I won't pretend as if I have a strong handling of Luxemburg's thought. So, somebody says, someone mentioned Stirner. I'd love to hear your thoughts on egoism broadly. I should say just my broad feelings on any kind of egoism is that I am not an egoist, and that I do not think egoism is generally a very tenable philosophical model. And even Stirnerite egoism, which I consider to be the most valuable model of egoism I've ever read, by far better than any form of philosophical ego or psychological egoism that I read about when I was studying philosophy. It's an egoism that actually has some consistency and is not just this post hoc justification for everything, saying that everything you do is egoistic. Stirner actually has a conception of what is within the ego's benefit, and when that you can act or not act in the benefit of the ego. And so it has value, but I still have heavy critiques. And I will probably be offering some of those critiques, if not in part 2, because I will be offering some critiques in part 2. The full scope of the critiques will probably be included in a separate video. It is possible that there will be the full scope of the critique in this video, but it kind of depends on how much room I end up having, because I have just made a bunch of space in the script to expand what I'm going to be discussing. And I don't know if the full critique will make it in, but some part of the critique most certainly will. So you'll get some of my feelings on egoist anarchism in part 2 of this current series. I guess I should say, just insofar as I'm summarizing a little bit of that, I do not think that you can conceive of the individual as an actual entity that exists. The individual is inherently intertwined with the society that they are part of. Not only insofar as that they have arisen as a product of that society, but insofar as that their continuation as a healthy, functioning being relies on their interrelation with the rest of society. I am quite aware that Stirner's egoism would make room for such conception, in fact, explicitly with the union of egoists. But I feel like his overfocus on the individual as the operating agent of society misunderstands the dynamics of both the politics and the philosophy that are at play. But I will not go too much deeper on that, as I could probably talk about it for much, much longer. I think it's a very interesting discussion. And I guess I should also say I do not consider egoist anarchists to be enemies by any means. And I do not think that there's some irreconcilable split between them. I do think that they disagree. I don't think that they are indiscernible by any means, but I think that they can most certainly work together. Nice, St. Andrew, gotcha. Thank you. My beard's looking good. That's what I like to hear. Let's see here. Hey, Anarcho Pill here. Let's see here. Have I missed any? Probably a ton, huh? Do you have any contemporary anarchist or socialist books to recommend, specifically after or during the Trump administration? I mean, the only thing I can think of that I would recommend from that very short period you're discussing would be Dawn of Everything. I think you should definitely read Dawn of Everything. It's probably one of the most important books that's been written in decades. It's sometimes very dense, but I find it very gratifying to read. So if I were going to recommend you any, it would be that. But I think I've already recommended what I consider the best anarchist text for anybody to read right now, and that is Social Anarchism and Organization by FARJ. Are anarchists by extension socialist and communist as well? Absolutely, in my opinion. That being said, I think that is my answer as to be a consistent anarchist, you need to be socialist and communist. But I do think that there are some people I would consider anarchists that still hold to some market ideas. This is not to say ANCAPs. I do not think that you can be a capitalist and be an anarchist. I don't think that there is any feasibility in that perspective. But there are market anarchists, left-wing market anarchists. And generally the systems that they advocate, I at least understand why they are arguing that they are not hierarchical power structures. I disagree with them, but I understand the perspective they're getting across. So I think to be a consistent anarchist, you need to be a socialist and a communist. I think that the workers should own the means of production and that we should have direct distribution from each according to their ability to each according to their need. Of course, there's a lot more that goes into what both of those words mean, but that's their broad connotations. Hey, congrats. Are you a wobbly? I have been at various points in the IWW. Currently, the IWW in this area is really not doing a whole lot. So I am not currently a member of the IWW, but under certain conditions, I would join the IWW again. Currently, I am actively organizing with 2 organizations, so I really don't need a third. I don't even think I could be helpful to a third organization at this point. You can collab with any YouTuber or academic. Who do you collab with? Well, me and St. Andrew already got something in the works, so I guess I shouldn't say that. Who would it be? Who would it be? I don't know. This is that same sort of question from a minute ago where I was like, I don't know. I'm bad at these sorts of questions. I don't know what the answer is. Any academic, huh? I guess it might be Bickler and Nitzen. It might be David Wingro. But Bickler and Nitzen, those are 2 people, I guess. I don't know. I can't just say both of them as one person. But I don't know. I'm bad at these sorts of questions. I definitely don't think about these things very often, you know? Let's see here. As the ecology continues to collapse, I believe people will be pushed into 2 directions, anarchism or fascism. Which do you think will rise faster? Often in crises, the masses seek for great men, for a great man. Yeah, I actually broadly agree with this analysis. I think that's precisely the dynamic we're going to see take place, is that people are going to recognize that the true dynamic of all politics is power, and how power functions, and how we orient or reorient the powers of humanity in coordination with each other and the rest of the universe. And that will drive people broadly to either an anarchist or a fascist conceptualization of the world, because these are the two ideologies that have recognized that the true battleground is power, and understanding that power is what really orients all of these problems. As for who will rise faster, I don't like to make a prediction of that sort. To me, that's a little too specific. All I can say is that I will do the work necessary to make sure that the answer is anarchism. And I will die making sure that the answer is anarchism. So, yeah. Have you released your video essays as audio only podcasts? Yes, actually. I opened up Spotify for Anark. If you guys just want to go search Anark on Spotify, you'll find it. And, I continue to keep uploading them on there. I was caught up, and this video, the last one, is the only one that is not currently on there, because I need to do a different export with the recorded audio, not the video audio, so that it's a nicer quality, which, to be honest, would only literally take me about 10 minutes, and I'm just having executive dysfunction. But that's what I need to do. Just need to export in the audio form, upload it to my YouTube, upload it to Spotify. Understand that I do have all of these already uploaded as audio versions on YouTube as well. They're in the description to the videos. So you can just go click for an audio only version of any of the videos that I've done with all the music taken out, no visuals. Those are already up. Once again, the only one that is not currently done in both of those formats is the most recent video, but that will be taking place soon. So don't worry about that. Let's see here. Under what conditions do you think an anarchist revolution would be possible, and how long would it take for it to happen? That will be the answer. I will be answering that in extensive length in parts 3 and 4 of this current series. If you want a sort of more boiled down answer to that question, go watch Constructing the Revolution. What I would say is, I'm not in the business of saying that some particular conditions are necessary for anarchism to be built. I think that is sort of just a defeatist mindset. And history also doesn't really demonstrate that it's the case. You can, in fact, have resurgences of radical ideologies in all kinds of different conditions, as well as complete capitulations to hierarchical society in all sorts of different conditions. What I'm attempting to do is instead understand how in every set of conditions we can build an anarchist revolution. And then, some will be more conducive than others, and we'll just have to answer different sets of questions about how it would be done in those different circumstances. And I think this is one of the lacks of modern revolutionary theory, is that they're just hoping that, quote unquote, material conditions, the churning of the broader structures of society, will simply bring it about. And I consider this highly naive and in ironically very idealist and philosophical sense, insofar as that it actually believes that is how everything proceeds forward, and it projects this nonsensical belief, this ahistorical belief, onto reality. So how long would it take for it to happen? Once again, going to be very conditional to the circumstances that you're under, how successful you are, and how successful your opponents are in crushing you. Because just because it might be possible to build it in any circumstances doesn't mean that you will win in every circumstance. It may, in fact, be that your opponents will win. So I don't think that I could answer a question that complicated within the course of several hours, which is why I'll be giving myself more than just an hour or two to answer it in these videos. Anarcho-transhumanism or anarcho-primitivism, which would you prefer? Oh, I mean, 100% anarcho-transhumanism between the two, if you're forcing me to choose. I mean, I don't even though I've had arguments on Twitter about transhumanism, it's not as if I'm an opponent to transhumanism or something. I don't like its manifestations sometimes. And, I think that sometimes it puts the cart before the horse, you might say, insofar as that it idealizes some outcome and then conceives that that outcome is brought into existence simply by its idealization. And I don't agree with that. But it's not all in that. It's not all that fashion. So, I don't have like some broad enmity towards anarcho-transhumanism. Not an issue in my mind. I would prefer something much more holistic, which is to say a social ecological perspective, which understands technology as needing to be refashioned as liberatory technology, not just a conception that we're trying to expand at all means. Opinions on Bookchin. Wow, didn't even know that was the next question I was about to answer. Yes, Bookchin, very good. I don't agree with Bookchin on everything, but Bookchin is probably the most like revolutionary liberatory. Well, I just realized I haven't been looking at the camera in forever, but he's like the most actually new revolutionary or liberatory theory that has been developed in like a century, or maybe not literally, but like it's been a long time since we've had somebody with that sort of bravery to carry out a new program, to really fully embrace the construction of an alternative society, of an alternative ethos, of an alternative way of seeing all of the problems at hand, which borrows heavily from that which was successful in previous revolutionary or philosophical conceptions, yet moves forward, understanding valid critiques of those and building alternative formulations which can help us escape the traps of what came before. So I would highly recommend reading Murray Bookchin. I think that Bookchin is incredibly insightful, and that we can see the value of his theory as a liberatory theory in the fact that there are currently 4.5 million people who are living in a liberatory society that is heavily based around the ideas of Murray Bookchin, which is to say Rojava. So yes, read Murray Bookchin. And if you want a beginning text, I would say probably read Ecology and Revolutionary Thought. And then after that, read the Murray Bookchin Reader, which is also really good. It's like edited and compiled by Janet Beal. Currently, Cooperation Tulsa is reading it, and might be able to give you an invite to that reading group if you're interested. Okay, so if you these are the questions that I'm always so bad at. If you could wake up tomorrow having gained any one quality or ability, what would it be? I don't know. These sorts of questions, I don't have very good answers to these. A better executive functioning. There we go. The ability to force myself to do disciplined things, to self-discipline better. I'm by nature a very undisciplined person. By nurture, I have become very self-disciplined, because I've developed my own ethos. I went through, college, did the physics degree was very much this process of teaching me discipline. But I'm not a very disciplined person by nature. I have lots of executive dysfunction. So I guess a better executive functioning is the answer I would give. Okay, so a couple of these people are kind of repeating questions that I already answered. So if I've already answered it, I'm just going to skip over those. And thank you for all the compliments, obviously, everybody. I mean, I'm reading through those. I'm not, not ignoring those. I appreciate it, Any tips for getting your apolitical friends to give a shit? A lot of people tell me they don't care. Some, if pushed, will say they don't think change is possible. Yeah, that's a really good question. In my experience, people are apolitical because they don't believe there's any hope. This is for a variety of reasons. They not only don't think we can't defeat this society, but they've been brainwashed by hierarchical realism. They really think that there is no alternative. in the same way as Mark Fisher talks about capitalist realism. They are brainwashed by hierarchical realism. I think step number one is demonstrating to them that this society is not functioning well. But a lot of people already know that, and that's not enough. That still doesn't convince them that we need to build a different society. I think that having long conversations where you answer very difficult questions is one of the most important things. I think a lot of people get really frustrated when people ask them critical questions, because the person will often ask the critical questions in a way where it's clear they don't expect you to have an answer, and that they're probably not going to accept your answer. And so that's frustrating as the person who has the radical perspective, because it's just like you feel as if they're not being charitable. And so you might tend to get frustrated. And I got to say, you just cannot do that. If you get frustrated, they're going to take that as a demonstration that you don't have good answers. What you need to do is develop the good answers. You need to get a good understanding of revolutionary theory. You need to get a good understanding of what a future society might actually be managed as. And, historically, a lot of radical leftists would answer this question in a certain way. It's like, well, I can't tell you exactly how a future society will be managed. Asking such a thing is nonsensical or is unreasonable. I think this is a very bad way to respond to this question. And this is not only something that has happened with just, our opponents on the left. Anarchists have done it for a very long time as well. I consider it to be not only is it not practical, and it does not match what it looks like when we generally succeed on things where we usually have goals and we work towards them. I think it generally is not convincing to normal people. If you just say, well, I can't tell you everything about how that society is going to function, all they're going to say is like, well, then why should I have any faith that it's going to work? Like, why should I have any faith that this society that you propose is going to be able to manage the lives of billions of people like the current one does? Like, their rational question may very well be, like, well, who's to say it won't be worse then? I already know this one sucks, but I know what to expect from it. A lot of people kind of get into this mindset where it's like, yeah, well, at least I don't have to deal with uncertainty. Like, people are really afraid of uncertainty. Like, they need to feel confident that the future is guaranteed somehow. And when they don't, that often leads to deep feelings of fear and anxiety that does not necessarily manifest in a revolutionary mindset, and often, in fact, will manifest in a conservative mindset. You need to be able to convince people that a future society that you propose will be able to manage the problems of humanity. I'm not saying you need to have some incredibly perfectly detailed model. That also doesn't work, because I can just guarantee we're not going to put in place your exact model. But having a model is still good. Having answers to the questions, at least in a general sense, is something you should still be able to do, especially given that, unlike the socialists of the late 1800s, early 1900s, we now have lots of examples of how things could be done. So I would say study Rojava, study the Zapatistas, study the CNT-FAI, study the Shinmin Commune, study all of these examples of where people have tried to put in place the answers to these questions. Ask yourself which of those you think are good answers, and have those on hand to answer these skeptical questions they're going to ask. Now, how do you overcome hopelessness? Well, that's a much harder question. I created the video Hope in hopes of answering that question. And if you haven't watched it, I would say please do. I think it might include a lot of rhetorical tools that will be very helpful for you. I think in a general sense, what you're going to find is a lot of people have given up. Inspiring within them a revolutionary vigor is one thing that you have to learn to do, which requires you to appeal to their better nature and appeal to their solidarity with other human beings, appeal to their inherent desire for freedom, and give them a conception of how that we might go about creating the counter system. Give them real world examples of the things that are already being done. Point your finger to dual power projects. Point your finger to the Zapatistas. Like, actually give them a feeling as if this could happen, that this is not just, pie in the sky fantasizing. I think that's a big part of it. But of course, it's going to depend on who you're talking with. Some people are going to be radicalized by watching the whole system fall apart. And their idea that there is no alternative becomes increasingly absurd as they realize that this one doesn't work. If there is no alternative and this one's falling apart, well, got to figure something out, and you being there to answer that question for them is a good idea. Where do you fall in the scientific realism or anti-realism discussion? Also, moral realism. Yeah, no, this is a really interesting question. I could talk about this at length, but my position is what's called structural realism, which is to say, I don't think that science has found these like big T truth answers, but I do think that they are accumulating knowledge about a structure that occurs in reality. I've kind of explained it before as being like, imagine there were like this a flat surface with like an engraving on it or something, but it was like invisible. We can't see it, right? We can't really see what it, we know there's an engraving, but we can't figure out what it is. Science in my mind is kind of like putting a piece of paper over it and rubbing a crayon on top. And then you have this piece of paper that now has what that engraving is, what the imprint looks like from this process. And it's not perfect. It's not a pure representation of the exact geometry of the engraving, nor the exact body of the flat surface or any of that, nor what material it is, but it gives you a little bit of a generalized understanding of the structure of the engraving itself. I see science as doing the same thing, but with the structure of reality. So we're kind of like coming to these less and less rudimentary answers to these very complicated questions. And we can see this in the fact that we are continually refining our models over time. So it'd be kind of like, I go from doing the crayon rubbing to like pouring an epoxy resin in the engraving, and then pulling out a perfect epoxy resin, imprint of what's in the engraving, That's a little bit better, and that one gets me even more detail. It tells me how deep the engraving is and blah, 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 right? That's the way I see science. So I'm not a scientific realist insofar as I don't think science has like the perfect answer, but science is a process by which we come to better and better answers about the structure of reality. So moral realism, I have a very similar stance. I think that ethics arise from natural facts. They are descriptions of how the dynamics of society work. They are based on our inherent needs as beings and what things uphold our needs as beings. So you can expand this even broader with a social ecological perspective, as to say is there is actually an ecological ethic as well, insofar as that there are facts about how we function and how we function in regards to the rest of the natural world, how the natural world functions, and so on. And these prescribe answers to questions based on the needs of all of those things involved. And these ethics are not arbitrary. We can see that as we've violated an ecological ethic, we are now destroying the environment, right? We don't live in some disconnected land where our ethics are just made up wholesale. Our ethics are based on naturalistic facts. So you might call this ethical naturalism. So the two answers to your questions, I suppose, are I am a structural realist and an ethical naturalist. I find that irregardless of how much you try to avoid certain kinds of people, there are always super active, toxic people, even in good communities, that dogpile and are in very bad faith. Any advice on how to deal with this? Yeah, well, I mean, I think there's some element of truth to that. I think it's very difficult. It's an extremely difficult question to answer. This is a very challenging problem, because what you're going to find is that in a general sense, people, it's like where to start. people often have knee-jerk reactions to certain perspectives because they associate them with the perspectives of their enemies. And they assume that if anybody still holds any of these perspectives, they hold the rest of the perspectives of their enemy. There's also an element where certain spaces are not spaces for discussing contentious issues, right? There are spaces that are meant for discussing contentious issues, and there are spaces that are purposely meant to be spaces for a particular ideological perspective. So, for example, um, Twitter might be an okay place to discuss one issue, but not another. And, an organization based around, carceral justice or, prison abolition or something, not the right place to, present your skepticism about whether, some a victim of police violence deserved it or something like that, right? Where it's like choosing the right time and place is a big part of it. But there is also these knee-jerk reactions that sometimes occur in these communities where sometimes somebody will be asking a question in fully good faith that might sound like a reactionary perspective, but it's not. They're just curious. They just have always held this perspective and they want an answer. So this is a very challenging thing for us to solve. I think that probably there just need to be a variety of different kinds of spaces so that people who need different kinds of questions answered and want to engage in certain kinds of discourse will have those spaces available to them. So, yeah, that's kind of a very vague answer to that question, which is, I would say, a very pressing question, but one where I don't really think I have like all the answers to, and I don't know if anybody has all the answers to. What's your favorite theory, anarchist and non-anarchist? Oh, I want to go back to that real quick. One thing I will say though, because you said any advice on how to deal with this, insofar as that you are the person that is involved, that is getting dogpiled, consider reading extensively the available materials on the topic before you ever ask somebody about it. Because it might save you a process of getting dogpiled as you realize after reading it why they're angry. But yeah, what's your favorite theory, anarchist and non-anarchist? I don't really know how to boil it down in that kind of simplistic way. Like there's just so much theory that I'm inspired and influenced by. So I couldn't really say like what my favorite is per se. I would say if somebody were to ask me that and it weren't in this space, I would just say anarchist theory. I'm most inspired by anarchist theory is what I would say to them. But because we're talking about it in this context, I assume you would like a little more detail or something more specific, more maybe less obvious. I'm very influenced by existentialism. I'm very influenced in a general sense by that school of thought, especially Albert Camus, who I found to be very profound and was very influential on me, at least. So, yeah, I suppose absurdist existentialism is probably one of the most interesting to me. But I really just like philosophy writ large. I learn a lot from a lot of different perspectives. I already answered the DMGM justified hierarchy question. On next, let's see here. Oh, okay. A bunch just loaded all at once. Great. Okay. Wow. Damn. All right. Whew. It's funny. I'm scrolling up and somebody goes, "Is Anark looking at this chat?" It's like, that's how far behind in the chat I am. I think I may need to just jump through a bunch of these. Gosh, there's so many. Okay, opinion on the IWW. I'm just going to start going through these way faster. IWW, good. Trade unionism, good praxis. Would like to see a little more horizontalism, but they're about as horizontalist as you're going to get in a union organization in the modern day. Let's see here. How would the community police itself? I don't like the word policing. It implies alienation of the people from control of their lives. The answer for me is, if you're like, how do you keep the community from, how do you keep people safe when they're like abusers and stuff? The answer is community defense. You develop community defense organizations where people are rotated through them over a period of time so that everybody can learn the process of community defense and can be part of it. After the revolution has part of the answer to that question, but I would research Rojava because the People's Protection Units have a pretty good model as well. Let's see here. What do you think about mutualists? I kind of answered that earlier about people who still believe in markets. I disagree that those are non-hierarchical, but I understand the perspective they take. And insofar as they just believe in like cooperative markets and and those things still all being controlled by confederations and all of that, I still consider them anarchists. But anybody who supports private property is not an anarchist. It's that simple. That's a hierarchical power structure. But mutualists do not, from my understanding. So what is the difference between libertarian socialism and anarchism? Libertarian socialism, umbrella categorization. It includes, for example, autonomist Marxism, neo-Zapatismo, communalism, even some other forms, for example, Marxist humanism. It includes a bunch of those things that have a lot in common with anarchism that are essentially stateless, by that anarchist understanding, but are still a form of libertarian socialism. And so anarchism is a kind of libertarian socialism. It is by far the bulk of libertarian socialism. The majority of libertarian socialist praxis, or theory, which has ever been written, is anarchism. What are your thoughts on existentialist anarchism? Feel like I just kind of answered that one a little bit. Big fan of existentialism. What do I think of CyberSyn and decentralized planning? Fan of decentralized planning. CyberSyn has a lot of stuff we might be able to use in a better society. Maybe a very good example of liberatory technology, as Bookchin says. Yeah. Let's see here. Which two orgs do you work with? I work with Cooperation Tulsa and Scissortail Anarchist Organization. Cooperation Tulsa is a social ecologist communalist organization. You can find us on Twitter. Same thing with, and you can also find Scissortail Anarchist Organization on Twitter. And Scissortail Anarchist Organization is, as you might imagine, anarchist, heavily based around the praxis of a specifismo. I would recommend looking both of them up. Go follow them on Twitter. Let's see here. How would the community police itself? Yeah, I already answered that one. Am I looking at this chat? I am looking at this chat. I'm just that far behind. Let's see here. What have I done for work in the past? Pretty much only wage slave jobs. I've worked as a tutor. I've worked in retail. That's about it. Oh, I've worked in call centers. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I've worked retail, call centers, and contract tutoring. And now I guess you could say the YouTube channel, which is, I don't know what that is. I consider it being just like a professional artist, to be honest. I guess also I used to do commission work, penciling, but that was a very long time ago. How do you stay motivated and active in your praxis? I feel like I'm often so controlled by survival, depression, and anxiety. You mentioned executive dysfunction. Are you ADHD as well? I was diagnosed with ADHD when I was young, but then I sort of grew out a lot of those like primary tendencies, the hyperactive part. I sort of grew out of that, and I think this led me to a conception that I had grown out of the broader aspect of it. But now that I research ADHD and ADD, I recognize that I have a huge number of those traits, including executive dysfunction. So I wonder if I still have it. I don't know. I could go get diagnosed, I suppose. But how do I stay motivated? For me, these are just questions of necessity for humanity. You know, like I'm not looking at this in such a way where it's like I have a choice. I don't have a choice. I simply have to act. You know, insofar as that we are facing oblivion, you know, like I feel like the fires are on the horizon kind of thing. Like I'm acting urgently because everything will be destroyed otherwise. Otherwise, we will live under subjugation. It's kind of like somebody's holding a gun to my head is the way it feels. Like I simply see something that must be done and I force myself to act because I cannot conceive that I would ever be able to live with myself on my deathbed if I had not done absolutely everything within my power to bring about a liberatory society instead of living under subjugation and ecological and ecocide. So that's my answer to the question, is that I'm simply doing what I must. I have extreme executive dysfunction, and yet I power through it and continue on. Also, it should be said, I was sort of like taught a sort of self-discipline by being an artist when I was young, where you simply work to create the things that you want to make, period. You're creating for yourself to some significant degree, and therefore you learn how to create even without praise or feedback of any kind. And so I got into this groove of creating for the sake of creating at a very young age. And I think it's translated into my work. I've noticed that a lot of anarchist ideas are things that many people can agree with, but the A word can be scary. When doing community organizing, how to approach this issue? I mean, I don't know if would work for everybody else, but I am just unashamed. I say I'm an anarchist. I say that I relate things to anarchism purposely to fight back against that very notion. Now, of course, you could choose a little bit different terminology. You could say you're a libertarian socialist, or you could say you're a communalist. You could say you're inspired by whatever, you know, whatever works, I suppose. I'm not saying you have to do what I do, but I see myself as an emissary for anarchism. So when I am doing political work, I am extremely upfront about the fact that this is what I'm doing right now is what anarchism says I should be doing. I am an anarchist. What you are seeing now is the work of what an anarchist does. And I feel like this is the necessary first steps to push back against that conception of anarchism, because we have to fight for words in my conception instead of try to change the words and try to dodge recuperation. I think that you beat recuperation by fighting recuperation. And so I think we're in the process where we need to be fighting for this word anarchism, and we need to be making people understand what it looks like to have an anarchist in their life, what it looks like to do the work of an anarchist. So once again, I'm trying to answer these quicker because I'm trying to catch up. Thoughts on Desert? Haven't read Desert. Read Blessed is the Flame. And as I understand it, I mean, kind of what I've been told by others is that pretty much the same sort of nihilistic arguments that are made in Blessed is the Flame, using the concentration camps as a frame. Pretty much those same sorts of nihilistic arguments against hope, against revolution, are being used in Desert, but with ecocide as the frame. I am not likely to be convinced by any such arguments, and I know a lot about the ecological collapse. So that is the reason I haven't read Desert, is because I'm very doubtful it's going to present anything to me that will change my mind on the subject. I've already read like anarcho-nihilism. I've read about nihilism and pessimism philosophically for a long time, and I have very strong counter arguments against pessimism. If you want to understand my arguments against nihilism and pessimism, go watch my video Hope. And if you find that that doesn't answer something that is presented in Desert, I would be happy for you to tell me, and I would be interested to know what arguments that video misses. Oh, and for a more chill question, do you lift? If so, what's your max? When I work out, I do lift, but I haven't been doing it in a long time regularly. So I don't even know what any of my maxes are at this point. But it is one of the main ways that I work out when I do work out. I do a lot more strength training than I do cardio. Have you read any Anprim theory that you agree with or take valuable insights from, not in the style of Unabomber or Ecofash, but perhaps from an indigenous perspective? I haven't read any indigenous anarcho-primitivism, I'll say that. I've read a lot of indigenous anarchism, but they do not tend to, in my experience, take a primitivist perspective or an anarcho-primitivist perspective. Most of them don't have this desire to return to some idyllic state of nature and all of that. I'm generally very unconvinced by anarcho-primitivism. I think the mistake that they make is that they have incorrectly assessed technology as an inherently oppressive force. When I agree with Bookchin, technology can be either liberatory technology or it can be technology used for oppression. And that is not even always within the form of the technology itself. Sometimes it's simply in the way that technology is used. For example, take a firearm. The firearm is an oppressive technology when the police and the military and forces of imperialism are holding him, but it is a liberatory technology when it is held by the people in self-defense, overthrowing their masters. So the firearm itself is neither a liberatory nor an oppressive technology. It depends on how it's used that will determine the answer to that question. I think much the same way, almost all technology is going to have some amount of it that is dependent on how it is used and some amount of it that is just built depending on how it's built. There's certain technologies that simply the way they are built, they are technologies of oppression. But that is a very complicated question. And in a general sense, I am not very convinced by primitivist perspectives. Insofar as we were talking about anti-civ or post-civ, then we'd have to have a conversation about what civilization is, how to define civilization. Way bigger conversation. I'm more sympathetic to, for example, post-civ perspectives. Anti-civ perspectives, generally not super charitable on, but post-civ perspectives, I have some respect for. Thoughts on blockchain, decentralized planning, Project Cybersyn? I think I already kind of answered this. I didn't say about blockchain. Blockchain, the technology itself could be useful. It's possible that it could be useful, for example, in voting systems or in hiding some form of interactions, which we might want to keep secret. Even cryptocurrencies themselves could be good for laundering money into militant movements. Could be good if there had been expropriation done and you're just trying to get that money away from the authorities where the authorities can no longer see what you're doing with it. But I think that in a general sense, how is it being used? In an extremely cancerous and damaging way. So I guess the root technology could have some value, but its application has very little. Let's see here. On the topic of social ecology, have you read, I'm just going to assume this is how it's said, Chaya Heller's, or maybe Kaya, Ecology of Everyday Life? No, I have not. Keeping my answers very short. What do you think of online anarchists who say that anything with majority vote or direct democracy is anti-anarchist? I disagree with them. And in fact, I think historical anarchists disagree with them. They just have misunderstood what was meant by this word democracy when they're reading it. When these historical anarchists have used the word democracy, what they mean is representative democracy or republican governance. They do not mean voting. In fact, you can find plenty of the most notable anarchists advocating different forms of voting, even up to agreeing that majoritarianism might be useful in some circumstances. So I think this is ahistorical and only occurs in people who have either not read a lot of anarchist theory or have only read individualist anarchism, where these ideas are being promulgated. I don't know, you might call them like a crime think anarchist or something. No offense to crime think. You guys aren't my enemy or anything, but lots of that sort of anti-voting, anti-democracy perspective presented in these spaces. Not my perspective at all. Any thoughts on David Graeber's work? David Graeber is one of the most important theorists in anarchist history, hands down. And I consider Debt to be an immense masterwork. And if he had died only having written Debt, he would have been very accomplished. But he also wrote Bullshit Jobs, which is also a very important book. And he was heavily he was the main writer on Dawn of Everything, along with David Wingro, which is also an incredibly important masterwork. So David Graeber, very important. I am still sad that he's dead. I'm not an anarcho-syndicalist myself, but do you think the tendency deserves all the hate it normally gets? It often gets framed as outdated or useless. And just to be simple, absolutely not. In fact, anarcho-syndicalism is very, very accomplished and still has a lot to teach us within our modern circumstances. Pretty much what I would say is my disagreement, the reason why I'm no longer call myself an anarcho-syndicalist. For a long time I did. In fact, you can go back and go watch my intro video where I call myself an anarcho-syndicalist. Is because it's very worker focused. It's like very narrowly based around labor politics. It thinks that you have to defeat the labor struggle before you can fix the other problems. And that's not to say that they like eschewed those problems historically. You'll find lots of anarcho-syndicalists that worked alongside feminist struggles and decolonial struggles and stuff like that. So does it deserve the hate it gets? Absolutely not. And I think that a lot of people really don't have any idea what anarcho-syndicalism is and don't really have any idea how its history has functioned, what it proposes, and probably have very poor arguments for how it is quote unquote outdated. Now, that being said, I gave just a couple short arguments there about why the ways I do think it is outdated. And that is that I think anarcho-syndicalism is lacking in intersectionality. And this is why now I just broadly call myself an anarchist, because I feel like I take from the whole body of theory to a significant degree and don't want to be nailed down by this general strike, only labor-oriented perspective. I think that that's a little stifling. I take an intersectional approach to these problems. You might call me like an anarcho-communalist. Okay. Let's see here. Within anarchist academic canon, what ideas or authors do you disagree with generally? If nothing, what about authors or ideas adjacent to anarchism, academics, or further? Yeah, I feel like perhaps since I've caught up with chat here, I've answered that to some degree. I do not agree with nihilist perspectives. I am not a big fan of anarcho-primitivism. Really, not even a huge fan of anti-civ. That being said, and I'm not an individualist anarchist, even though I think that there's more value in individualist anarchism than the things I just noted, and not to compare them by any means. Let's see what else. Yeah, that's mostly it. I'm not a mutualist insofar as that I don't see the end goal as developing an anarchist market. But yeah, I don't consider any of these perspectives out and out the enemy. I would cooperate with any of these if they would cooperate with me upon an effective praxis. Let's see here. With your background in physics, if you were to write science fiction, what would it be about? I've already written science fiction. I don't know. I'd have to pitch what I write about quite a bit. I've written fiction for years. I wanted to be an author before I started this YouTube channel. I've wanted to be an artist of various kinds. The YouTube channel has really been my first opportunity to be a professional artist. So you supporting me is literally helping me fulfill a life dream. Just go over to my Patreon and give me some money. What is the science fiction about? The last book I wrote was sort of like post-apocalyptic science fiction, where the main character was living in like a cloister that had been developed before the apocalypse had taken place. And this is not like a dead, blighted wasteland, but instead a huge overgrown wilderness where all of the states have very well collapsed. And the main character is forced by circumstances that take place to go into the outside world and find essentially who is developing these advanced weaponries that they did not think that the people were capable of outside. And that book is completely written, fully edited. And I even tried to shop it around to get an agent for a while and gave up after I queried like 12 or 13 of them. If you're an agent or know somebody that would publish science fiction, please tell me. Let's see here. And then I've even got follow-up books, literally like 4 or 5 books that could be in a series after this one that jump very large spans. Big fan of like Frank Herbert, for example. Josh Judge, I can't seem to send super chats. Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think I have that like enabled or anything. If you want to donate to me, if you just want to give me money, my Cash App is in the description. I certainly won't tell you not to. Maybe I should activate super chats. I guess that's probably an obvious thing I should be doing. What should we do about leftists that support anti-American but still imperialist state like Russia, China, Iran? I mean, if you are looking at my Twitter, you know that I do not consider them allies. I actually do consider them enemies a lot of the time. Now, I'm not saying literally, everybody that takes that perspective is an enemy. The organizations they create that take those perspectives are enemies to liberation. They are essentially the system's recuperated lackeys. They are the system attempting to reproduce itself within the revolutionary movement, such that we cannot achieve liberation because they co-opt liberation and turn it back into capitalism, not even knowing that's what they want to do, just because they are fooled by red aesthetics. I consider it to be highly damaging. It is the colonization of revolutionary spaces by the hierarchical mega machine. There we are. Do you have any tips on becoming a more eloquent speaker? You are excellent at communicating your ideas in a clear and concise way. Well, I appreciate that. I am not sure that I have tips. If I convey these ideas in a precise and eloquent way, it's probably because that I have studied them an enormous amount and because I have never shied away from discourse or debate. I think I polished a lot of the rhetorical skills that I have through debate, through sort of like oppositional discourse. And through doing so, I developed more confidence in these ideas such that I don't have to second guess myself as I speak. Also, learning to say what it is you actually mean is a big part of it, which requires that you have empathy for the person you're speaking with, that you actually conceive of the way that they're receiving your message, and that you speak to them in a way that they can understand, or a way that if they don't understand it immediately, you are prepared to explain it to them. I think that there's a lot that goes into effective rhetoric, and I've even thought about doing a work on how to develop effective rhetoric and how to communicate with people more effectively. So it's something I would consider doing a piece on. It's something I've worked on a lot. So there is no simple answer to your question, unfortunately, but I would say that learning logic is a big part of it. And you can actually find work on developing good rhetoric. And a big part of developing good rhetoric is developing logical thinking. So I would say studying philosophy and the logic in philosophy is a good idea. But my broad answer is don't be afraid to take place in oppositional discourse. Don't be afraid to involve yourself in debate. Uh, anyway, have you read The Coming Insurrection? I've like skimmed The Coming Insurrection. I found parts of it very insightful. I actually enjoyed a lot of what I was reading, although it kind of fell victim to something I was talking about at the very beginning of the stream, which is that it seemed to kind of focus on this eternal rebellion for the sake of rebellion, without even having a revolutionary future in mind. That being said, I kind of, I read it shallowly. So it's possible that I misunderstood, but in a general sense, I find that's how insurrectionists view the struggle. But I did find it quite compelling nonetheless. So not to diminish your excitement, because it is actually a work worth reading from what I could see. Oh, well, am I even catching up? Oh my God. Am I even catching up? Oh man. Okay, let's go. What do you think? Oh man. Oh, okay, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Okay. How do we ensure the primacy of libertarian ideas over state socialism? Fight for them. Begin building dual power. Form organizations that are explicitly anarchist and libertarian socialist. Only let people join who agree to a libertarian socialist or anarchist platform. Do not cooperate with state socialist groups. You are only helping them co-opt the movement. Argue with them online. Push back everywhere they exist. Make their presence diminished. This is not a cooperative enterprise. This is based around conflict. They know this. We need to know this. We need to do the work of successfully diminishing their viewpoints. I have for a long while taken a scorched earth approach to this process, and I recommend everyone do the same. Which is not to say, of course, be some empty ideologue that just spouts nonsense rhetoric. You need to develop good argumentation and push back in a way that is theoretically and historically grounded. So, and develop actual counterpower. Demonstrate your ideas in action. Don't just talk about them, do them. Go join an organization or form one that will actually build dual power. Do you ever plan to make a separate video about the theory of complex systems? In fact, I will be speaking about complex systems analysis and complexity theory and chaos theory extensively in part 2 of A Modern Anarchism. In fact, I am currently reading and developing a whole lot of theory on complexity. And I am currently reading this, Emergence, which is about the concept of emergence. And I am also reading through a bunch of other works, including one called Anarchy and Complexity, which is excellent. Highly recommend that people go read Anarchy and Complexity. But I will also, for those of you who don't want to, be delivering how these ideas are associated with anarchism in a very extensive fashion in the coming video. So, what are some good ways to deal with bad faith actors seeking to disrupt consensus democracy systems? Always remember that free disassociation is an option. If the person is disrupting the consensus system over and over and over, and you feel as if they are not offering actual constructive criticism, but they are instead destructive and simply want to, dismantle or dislodge the processes that are taking place, they don't have to be part of your group. They can go start their own group where they don't use consensus and they do the things they want to do. Part of anarchism is free association. And if they have joined your group only with the idea that what they are going to do is act as a bad faith actor and undermine consensus, then they probably shouldn't be part of the group. That's all I'm going to say. Now, in a broader sense, a social sense, that's a much bigger question, much more difficult. Free disassociation will be part of that, but I would say that would be a very extreme response. I would say it's sort of an extreme response even in normal groups, but in a social sense, it's a very extreme response. It could literally necessitate there being some conflict. So I think that's too big of a question for me to answer quickly, and I'm trying to speed through these to get caught up. Have I tried DMT? That is one of the only hallucinogens I have not tried. I'd be willing to try DMT if anybody offered it to me. Would American mutualists such as Benjamin Tucker be ANCAP if they live today, since they agree that wage labor is acceptable? What's the difference between them except for the labor theory of value? I'm going to be charitable and say no. I think that even though they think that wage labor might be acceptable, I doubt that they would support private property. I would say probably instead they would be supporting a cooperative market style. And there are, in fact, left-wing market anarchists that they would probably be much more akin to. I think they would probably be much closer to, for example, Center for a Stateless Society than they would be the ANCAPs. Thoughts on the argument of China's accomplishments in favor of MLism? States have accomplished all kinds of things. That doesn't mean I support them. You know, for example, Sweden and Netherlands and Denmark have accomplished all kinds of great things. That doesn't mean that I'm going to fight a revolutionary war to put in place a Swedish social democracy. You know, like I'm not here to beg for scraps from the system. I'm not a revolutionary so that I can get better wages or health care. I'm a revolutionary so that I can create a completely new society where the people, where the masses govern themselves, where there is no longer hierarchical exploitation. And so I don't care about begging for scraps from hierarchical power structures. Now, is it better than what came before them? In nearly every circumstance, yes. We don't need to diminish what has taken place in China to say that it's not worth fighting a revolutionary war for. It's simply not. And there's a reason why people in Western nations cannot achieve a critical mass to fight a revolutionary war to put in place state capitalism, because it is not a considerable improvement over just social democracy, which can be achieved through electoralism. So that's what I generally say. I don't diminish the accomplishments. I just say, it's better than what came before, but it is not the model of a revolutionary future. Did you know Albert Camus is actually a libertarian socialist? I didn't know that when I first started studying him, but learned that in like the last couple of years. And I was like, well, that makes a lot of sense. Are you a materialist? Yes, I would call myself a physicalist, which is to say I believe everything in the universe is comprised of physical things. This is highly in accordance with the fact that I went to school for physics. I went to school for physics because I had already fallen in love with essentially the mystery of how the universe functions. And so if there is any subject matter that I am an expert or very close to an expert on, it is actually the functioning of the physical universe. My area of study was in particle physics. So yes, I'm a physicalist. Thoughts on dialectical materialism? I suppose it depends on whose version of it you're talking about. If you're talking about dialectical materialism as laid out by Engels, which generally people seem to get confused with historical materialism, I think that it has very little to do with materialism. It really has almost nothing to do with whether the universe is comprised of ideas or materials. It is instead mistakenly confusing the operation of economic class as being the single driving factor of how society proceeds forward, which is refuted by history, and not just all of history, but especially modern history, wherein the reduction to economic factors has miserably failed to describe what is taking place. If all you mean by dialectical materialism is you believe in dialectics grounded in materialist philosophy, well, welcome to all of leftism. Everybody is a dialectical materialist by that measure. Most people who use that word are just, or use that phrase, are just looking for a sort of a way to say, I'm the smart one who has the real adults philosophy, and you have a baby philosophy that is idealist. And I think that it generally functions as a thought terminating cliche. And as far as I can see, has no real method. It's really just about saying things that refer to economically reductionist models and then calling it dialectical materialism. That's not to say that everybody who holds that view that's what they're doing, but 99.99999% of all occasions that I have ever interacted with, that is what they're doing. They have no understanding either of what dialectical materialism was and when it was developed, what any form of it might look like in a real methodology, nor what either dialectics nor materialism actually mean. So let's see here. who do you think are the most important or influential anarchists today? Uh, Probably Lorenzo Gamboa Irvin. If I just had to put my finger on the answer, probably Lorenzo Gamboa Irvin. Yeah. And that's assuming you mean alive today. If you mean influential and like who's still having the biggest impact, well, you're probably looking at like maybe Murray Bookchin, Kropotkin, even if you don't agree with him. He was the one who's in the lineage that led to Neo-Zapatismo, specifically through Magone, the Magone brothers. So like insofar as we're just like trying to locate which one has the most material impact, I would say, yeah, it's probably like Bookchin, Kropotkin, Malatesta. But if you mean alive today, Lorenzo Gamboa Irvin. In fact, I think that he and several other Black anarchists are very responsible for a resurgence of anarchism today, because they have developed anarchism for, you know, Black cultures, and therefore given it like home within this cultural milieu. And that's extremely, extremely important. You know, anarchism cannot just be this like, you know, white European oddity. It has to actually appeal to the conditions of people all over the planet. And so if you're asking me who's the most influential living anarchist, it may very well be Lorenzo Gamboa Irvin. Let's see here. What do you think about post-structuralist and postmodernist anarchism? I think it's all rhetoric and making straw men against classical anarchist arguments as if they are oppressive. Yeah, that's pretty close to my own view on it. I haven't really ever gone in deep on the way I feel about postmodernism. But in a general sense, I guess what I would say is I agree with their critiques, but in a general sense, they universalize their critiques. They make a critique and then they pretend as if that means that everything they've critiqued is therefore completely unsalvageable. And that does not seem to me actually to be the case. Much of the time I find myself reading postmodernist thinkers and I'm like reading through it and I'm going, yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, that seems true. Yeah. And then we get to their conclusions and I'm like, whoa, what the fuck? What are you talking about? That is not the conclusion of this discussion. That is not the conclusion of your critiques. And this is part of the reason why I sometimes would call myself meta-modernist or post-postmodernist. I'm not trying to like return to modernist thinking. It has almost all the problems the postmodernists said. It's just that there has to be an alternative. You have to actually give me a constructive vision to come afterwards. As I said very early in the stream, critique is like junk food to me. It's easy, and anybody can offer critique, and you know, you can critique all day long and it feels really good. But if you have nothing to replace it, your critique isn't worth a whole lot. Like if you know, it's like critiquing the universe for having entropy. You know, it's like, man, the universe, it's got all this entropy and entropy sucks because it limits us. And it's like, yeah, but it's just how things are. So too bad. You know, like I agree, entropy sucks, but entropy exists. So moving on. You know, like a critique without a proposed alternative is kind of like arguing against entropy to me. So yeah, that is also how I feel about postmodernist anarchism a lot of the time. Very good critique, but misunderstanding what the solutions look like. The solutions don't look like throwing it all out afterwards. The solutions look like absorbing critiques and providing solutions to the things which have been discovered to be wrong. So thoughts on degrowth? I mean, depends on who you talk to on what degrowth means, but the majority of people I talk to about what degrowth means, it just seems like an imperative. You know, we have to get away from a growth mindset, because growth for the sake of growth is the mindset of a cancer, you know, and it's an anti-life mindset. Now, what kind of growth can we leave by the wayside? That's a question that has to be solved by the abolition of hierarchical society to some degree. I don't believe that there can be meaningful degrowth under a hierarchical society. Hierarchical power structures are built upon or they're fundamentally predicated upon the idea that they want to accumulate power forever. And growth is one of the forms through which they accumulate power. So don't expect it to stop so long as hierarchical society continues. What do you think about post-civ ideology? I kind of like said, like very like loosely, I have like charitable views of some of the things that they say. And then for me, it kind of is like predicated around like, what do we mean by civilization? I feel like it's a complicated discussion, and it really is going to depend on who you're talking to. Different post-civ people, you're going to find have much more reasonable arguments than others. In a general sense, I'm a very sympathetic to post-civilizational arguments. Any works on how anarchist production and trade work on a large scale? I give one in After the Revolution, if you're interested. One that you might look into is participatory economics, sometimes abbreviated as Paracon. There's a few different models of decentral planning which could conceivably work. Look into the way that the Zapatistas function. But yeah, I'm trying to give short answers. So what do you think about accelerationism? Bad idea if you don't have a counter system, because when everything falls apart, if there's no counter system, generally the system that existed beforehand will simply be helmed by the fascists. So accelerate into fascism? No, thank you. Biggest differences between anarchism and communalism? Historically, very little. Before Bookchin, very little. But after Bookchin, a considerable amount, only because Bookchin wrote about what he meant by communalism, and his conception like explicitly favored majoritarian direct democracy, and sort of was a split with the individualist strain of anarchism, whereas I don't really want to split with the individualists. I consider them allies. I just don't agree with all of their conclusions. If you want to learn more about communalism, you can, just honestly Google it. But Bookchin has written a considerable work on it. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. What is communalism? Yes, I would read that. I think that after you read What is Communalism, you'll just have the answer to that question. But I generally consider communalism still, even after Bookchin, to be very close to anarchism. There's a reason why anarchists support nearly every communalist project when it takes place. I've recently finished In the Dust of This Planet by Eugene Thacker. Have you read it? I have not. Once again, short answers. Top 5 most essential works of theory you think everyone would benefit from reading and engaging with. Oh, it's going to be hard. Okay. Anarchism and the Black Revolution by Lorenzo Camboa Irvin. Social Anarchism and Organization by Farge. Nationalism and Culture by Rudolf Rocker. Probably, if, because I'm given just the stuff you need to read, not necessarily, these aren't introductory texts. Anarchy by Malatesta would be a good one to read. And then 5th, I can just kind of choose whatever I like here. I'm not even sure what I would choose. There's almost like too many for me to put in this spot. That's kind of the issue here. Ecology of Freedom, probably something, Ecology of Freedom, or maybe the Murray Bookchin Reader. Basically kind of depending on where you're at, but broadly, those are 5 of what I think are some of the most important texts. Maybe in that 5th slot, Dawn of Everything. I don't know. It's kind of hard to make a top 5 like that. Let's see here. What are your thoughts on philosophical pessimism in general? I disagree. In fact, you can find my thoughts on all forms of pessimism or nihilism in the video Hope. I think that video very well lays out my perspective by contrast to both philosophical pessimism and political pessimism. I could write even more at length on it, but a lot of what is in Hope is not written as just a response to anarcho-nihilism. It is also written to some degree as a response to Schopenhauer, who I actually have some agreements with, but also some considerable disagreements with. Do you think that the USSR and today's China are incredibly exceptional in their accomplishments? If so, why not? Uh, no, I mean, I don't think they're really, I don't think, well, I don't know. Okay. So are they exceptional in the rate at which they put capitalism into place? Yes. That is the fastest, those are the fastest capitalist developmental regimes that have ever taken place. And you know, that's exceptional. It's not exceptional in so far as that it's something we should want, but it's better than what they were being subjected to beforehand in many of these occasions, which was straight up monarchy, that where there was excessive brutalism by just like essentially like gang lords that were that were like dominating the countrysides, and like warlords who had like bandits, for example, in China or in Russia, where the czar was just atrocious, the worst, and they were ruled over by a hyper authoritarian regime. And so they're exceptional insofar as that they destroyed those and went through a capitalist developmental scheme very, very quickly. Would you consider yourself on the moralist or the amoralist side of anarchism? Both sides are valid. Yeah, I already gave an answer to this to some degree. I'm an ethical naturalist, so I definitely am not a moral anti-realist. What do you think of leftists who think that democratization of the economy is enough and the state doesn't have to be abolished? I don't think you'll ever achieve a substantial democratization of the economy so long as the state exists. I think you would only ever get representative democracy, and that is really not enough. Like that's not even in my mind what Marx would call a dictatorship of the proletariat. That is like just essentially the late a process of state capitalism, and that's nobody's going to fight a revolutionary war that's already under capitalism for that. Let's see here. Do you have any idea on ways to address pedagogical aspects of hierarchy? I'd need more details to answer a question like that. I'm just going to keep on moving through. Do you think technologies such as blockchain, decentralized networks can be used to create protocols for consensus and direct democracy? Yeah, possibly. That's what I meant earlier when I said that the blockchain might, as a technology, might have some value. Let's see here. Oh, wow. I'm only now finally catching up with people responding to my technology takes. I'm just going to move through this here. Should we be organizing among our individual social groups, or should we be organizing the most oppressed sections of society first to build up critical mass? Both. Both are necessary. That being said, you're not going to just be able, there's a complication in this, okay? If you are not one of those people in one of those most oppressed sections of society, you're not going to just like go to their communities and be like, why, hello, it is me, the savior from outside, who is here to teach you what to do. Instead, what you're going to need to do is show up for their struggles. But if you just show up alone, that probably won't have a lot of impact. If you show up with an organization and your organization continually shows up to the struggle, you will demonstrate that you actually give a shit about what's happening. If all you do is show up and then start trying to command people with an organization, or you show up alone, well, then you're going to be viewed individually as someone who's trying to help, and that's good. But it won't be like a demonstration of solidarity with an ideological perspective. So my recommendation is start with the people who are already around you that you can radicalize, build an organization out, and then start showing up for the struggles of the most oppressed sections of society. And not just show up to be like, let me teach you about the good word of anarchism, but instead you just be like, I am here to help you in your struggle. And if you want to know why, I'll tell you about anarchism, because that's the reason I'm here. Because anarchism is what brings me here to your struggle, because your struggle is valid under anarchism. That is powerful. What is not powerful is showing up and going, I'm here to convert you. Like nobody wants that. That's gross. You know, like they're tired of that shit. You know, that's what politicians do. That's what vanguards do. That's the reason why vanguards don't catch on. Nobody cares about that. Let's see here. So, what are some of the problems or disagreements you have with individualist anarchism? Once again, I kind of had to say it the last few times. There's just too much for me to go into. I would want to do this discussion justice, and so I will be covering it in part 2 of this video series. And later on, I may even do a more extensive work laying out how I view these two perspectives. But there will be a synthesis of these two perspectives offered in part 2 of this series, most likely, unless I, for some reason, deem that it should be cut. But I think that at the current moment that it will be part of our dialogue in part 2 of A Modern Anarchism. So, so would you say you consider yourself a synthesis anarchist? See, that's a weird one. Because it's generally conceived that platformism and synthesis anarchism are opposed to one another, but I could kind of consider myself both. I'm a synthesis anarchist insofar as that I combine a bunch of different kinds of anarchist perspectives together to develop what I consider a more robust conception. But I am a platformist insofar as that I'm looking to create specifically anarchist organizations. I'm not, and those organizations are going to be organized around social anarchist lines, because in my opinion, that's what builds successful revolutionary movement. So that's not to say that there are not valuable things within individualist anarchism, for example. There are. It's just to say that the praxis of individualist anarchism, I don't think, is going to take us anywhere. Do you think Marxism and anarchism are incompatible, or something like libertarian Marxism could exist and unite the left? No, they're not incompatible. Insofar as what you mean by Marxism is the thought of Marx, they're not incompatible at all. I would say Marx was a libertarian socialist. Marx was not an anarchist, but I would say he was a libertarian socialist. But broadly, unfortunately, many people who call themselves Marxists don't seem to really care about the words of Marx. They really only seem to care about the words of Lenin and Stalin and Mao, who themselves didn't seem to care very much about the words of Marx other than to co-opt them. So I would say there is not a fundamental split between Marx and the anarchists. I mean, I understand that there was this historical split, which we could go into and talk about more in depth. But I think what you'll find is that Marx agreed more with the anarchists than current Marxists or authoritarian leftists agree with Marx. I think what you'll find is that they don't really know what Marx thought. And that if we were to develop and popularize a true libertarian Marxism, yes, I think that might actually build a very large coalition, because I think you'd find that a lot of anarchists would be willing to cooperate alongside for example, autonomist movement, which is one form of libertarian Marxism, or a Marxist humanist movement, which is another form of libertarian Marxism. So yeah, no, I don't think that they are fundamentally at odds. I think that authoritarian Marxism is fundamentally at odds. Let's see here. What is your criticism of property? Well, the criticism isn't of property. The criticism is of private property. Private property is a fundamentally hierarchical relation. It's authoritarian, and it's dominating by its nature. It fundamentally concentrates power in the hands of very few people, and it is perpetuated explicitly through use of violence. By contrast, there are other forms of conceptualizations of property. The opposition to private property is not necessarily, for example, opposition to personal property, which is to say the things that you own and use. It's better to understand that leftists generally conceive of the replacement paradigm for property, a conceptualization called usufruct. And usufruct is ownership through usage. So let's see here. Do you feel as though hierarchy is prominent in academia? That's a difficult question to answer. I would say that academia has some aspects which are very non-hierarchical, and it has some aspects which are very hierarchical. but insofar as we're talking about the mentality of academics, yes, there's a very hierarchical mentality among academics for sure. But insofar as the structure of academia, like I said, it's kind of got a mixture of structures. The fact that you could, for example, go publish in a journal even without credentials because of how that a lot of that process takes place is a pretty horizontal thing. If you were to, you can get into college on grants, and then, whatever, like merit based, all that. The problem is that the structure itself precludes a lot of these horizontal aspects from successfully acting, you might say, from actually expressing themselves. What you'll find is that in the history of academia, it was much more horizontal. Some of these old, experimenters and inventors that we now today consider as like the legends were doing it as just private individuals, and they would submit their work to big journals and institutions, and their work would be debated and discussed. In the modern day, there's a lot more gatekeeping. We are in a much more hierarchical, structure for academia than we've been in many times in the past. But that's also a very complicated discussion to have. So I would say there's a lot more thoughts I have on that. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah. Martin is hidden. That simplifies things a little bit here. There we go. Let's see here. Okay, let me try to see if am I getting close to being caught up? Oh, wow. Oh my God. Okay, I'm getting there. Thoughts on MMT and the barter myth? I've thought a considerable amount about MMT. I haven't read a whole bunch of literature on it, but some of their basic arguments ring true. But I'm not sure if their arguments are true in every economy. The idea, for example, that you can just print as much money as you want, I think that is true in some place like the US. And it's true in the US because we hold the currency that is the stockpile currency for the rest of the planet. So we almost cannot inflate our own currency, or, well, we can inflate it, but we are protected from a lot of those problems that other currencies would be, or other places would be. Some of the ideas they have, that the reasoning as to why we couldn't just produce money, that they're facile. Yeah, that's generally true. But I think I won't pretend to know more about MMT and these things than the people who study it and write about it. But I will say that I have some doubts about some of the broader principles being applicable across the planet. It seems like a lot of them might be true of, for example, being in an economy that's the hegemonic economy, but may not be true everywhere. The other one, the barter myth. Yeah, I mean, the barter myth is just completely, it's a myth, right? Like, debt completely demolishes the barter myth, which is interestingly sort of at the foundations of neoclassical economics. But yeah, I mean, my thoughts are that it's a myth. The barter myth isn't real. Thoughts on Graeber? Love Graeber. How do you think academics outside of the traditional left-wing disciplines such as sociology can inform politics? Oh, wow. I thought I'd caught up, but not. Oh my God. Okay. I wasn't as caught up as I thought, unfortunately. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Have you thought about doing more streams? Uh, yeah, I probably could do pretty good at this if I did it regularly, but that is, in fact, a perverse incentive. Instead, I'm trying to rely on Patreon. So if you like me doing streams, understand that, I'm only going to probably try to do one of these in between every video, because the perverse incentive is that I do them all the time because they're easy. But in fact, I am trying to limit myself and only do them in between every video. So if you want to help me survive, please become a patron. Thoughts on post left and the ridiculous categorical error in placing pro and anti-capitalist ideologies on the same side? Yeah, I don't know. Post leftism, I feel like the problem for most of the arguments for me about from the post leftist perspective is that they have this assumption that the grouping, that if we develop a name for a grouping, those people have to all agree with each other, or that they all have to be on the same side. For example, the word citizenry or the people or the masses includes every person who disagrees with each other. Yet that is not a category error to use the word, those words, the masses or the people or so on. Every word does not have to itself delineate whether the people within that group agree with each other or could form an alliance. To me, the left just means politics broadly based around labor militancy and the desire to see social ownership of the means. Now, whether everybody on the left actually has a feasible understanding of what could bring about social ownership or what good labor militancy looks like, well, clearly not. But they believe that that's what they're doing. They believe that they're fighting for labor politics. They believe that they're trying to create a social ownership of the means. They just have a false ideology. So in my mind, the simpler thing is just to say that I am anti-left unity. I don't believe in left unity. I think it's nonsensical. But I am not post-leftist, quote unquote. I think the left is a coherent category. It's just not a category of alliance. Any idea for how anarchists living in countries with gun control prepare for defending the revolution against the state? And should the moment arise? I actually find that to be a very challenging question. I think that obviously I cannot advocate legally that you acquire those firearms anyway, but theoretically in Minecraft, that's something that people would want to do if they were overthrowing a government, I think, right? That being said, I'm not saying that there wouldn't be risks to doing so. And I'm also not saying that there might not be a bunch of means which would be helpful short of that. I'm not saying that everybody necessarily needs to arm themselves immediately in those places, especially given that that would be very, very dangerous, and it may backfire enormously. But it just has to be said that ultimately any truly militant uprising will require firearms at some point. So I will say, within your context, I cannot tell you how it will take place, but at some point you'll have to solve that problem. And I cannot give you advice on how to solve that problem. You're going to have to find the answers for yourself. Let's see here. Assuming an anarchist revolution would take place, what would happen if people of different ideologies, what would happen to people of different ideologies, especially if they would act against society? Well, I think that after you've built an anarchist society, it's okay to have pluralism. Just people can believe whatever they like. After an anarchist society has been developed, yeah, they can believe whatever they like. The thing is that they can believe whatever they like, they cannot do whatever they like. Okay. Everybody else is also allowed to defend themselves from other people harming them. And so, if you are anti-society, you're anti-anarchist society, and you're trying to create a coup, well, everybody is justified in defending themselves from you. If you just believe that that coup should happen, people might want to deplatform you or prevent you from spreading those ideas. But I would not then say they should be put in a gulag or something like that. I don't think that there needs to be like quote unquote re-education camps. I think that instead we would just want to have a robust education that helped people understand why those are not better forms of society and that we don't want to return to those. I think once again, when you look at a place like the Zapatista territories or Rojava, what you can see is that pluralism can flourish after you have built your libertarian society. It's beforehand that you have to be sectarian so that you don't allow those positions to co-opt your revolutionary movement. Let's see here. How would the tyranny of a majority be prevented? I've tried to offer answers to that question in my video after the revolution. Once again, trying to do short answers. Go watch the video. Feel free to message me afterwards and we can talk about it. Let's see here. What do you think about doing armed revolution or insurgency in developed countries? Ultimately, it will be part of the project. It will be necessary at one point. It is not our immediate goal. Immediately, it would only be a form of accelerationism, which in my opinion would very well lead to another hierarchical structure. But ultimately, once we have a horizontal power structure in place, we will need to escalate tensions in just that exact fashion. So let's see here. And then now I'm looking, there was just a whole derailing of the questions by this guy who loved Martin Heidegger. Let's see here. Oh, well, I'm really glad I caught that. Read Complex System Science by Springer. I will make that note to myself. I'm going to put it here. All right, next. I think that was meant for me, firearm recommendations, but all I'm going to say is it kind of depends on what you're using it for. But I think a 9mm carbine fulfills a lot of different uses all at once. If you just want it for home defense, I would say buy a fucking shotgun. Okay, if you just want it for home defense, buy a shotgun. If you're looking for personal defense, even though I think that that's a little silly, like in public in general, that's never going to be a thing. Obviously a pistol. If you're looking for something that is a mixture of survival, defense, and so on, 9mm is a good caliber, and some kind of carbine would probably be good. But yeah, just saying. Moving on. What do I think of the zeitgeist movement? I think it's evolved a lot into the modern day. In fact, I'm friends with somebody who is involved with the ongoing work of Peter Joseph. I just interviewed with him for a documentary, which I hope gets produced. His name's Marlowe, and they currently run a podcast called Moneyless Society, which I actually think you all should go listen to. They are very anarchist adjacent. They're basically anarcho-communists who want to do decentral planning with effective automation. So I did an interview with Moneyless Society. You can find it on my channel. If you want to go see me have a talk with them and get a feel for their views. Historically, I should also mention, way back in the day when I was like before I was even a baby leftist, one of the first radicalizing pieces I ever watched was like the Zeitgeist films. So it should be said that it had a radicalizing effect on me. It was very imperfect, but it had a radicalizing effect on me way back in the day. So I think it continues on towards an anarcho-communist perspective. They just don't call it that, which is fine with me. I don't care. Let's see here. Thoughts on the DSA and maybe democratic socialism in general, specifically people like Richard Wolff. My thoughts on the DSA is it depends on where you're at. For example, with the Green Country DSA, when it existed, was a pretty positive force. There was a lot of mutual aid that was being done. DSA in a lot of coastal cities, not good. Very electoralist, filled with authoritarian leftists. Often people presenting themselves as the true utilitarians while essentially just being insurrectionary sock dems. Democratic socialism writ large, the way I understand is just democratic socialism is a huge umbrella, an enormous umbrella. Okay. It pretty much just contains anybody who wants a democratic form of governance and socialism at the same time. Okay. And it was essentially supposed to exclude the hyper authoritarian versions where you have, a true dictatorship, like Stalinism and things like that. And with that in mind, it's hard to even weigh in on how you would feel about democratic socialism. It's just a huge umbrella, given that is the umbrella, you would include a ton of libertarian socialists as democratic socialists. But I've heard different definitions where it's essentially like in between libertarian socialism and authoritarianism. But I won't go too far down that rabbit hole. Richard Wolff, well-intentioned, smart guy, extremely well-educated, knows what he's talking about. I'm glad that he is promoting cooperatives. Cooperatives are not in and of themselves enough, but they will be part of building dual power. So overall, Richard Wolff's doing good. I don't see him as an enemy or an opponent. Sometimes he's a little bit apologetic for China, but whatever. Once again, as I've said, you don't have to just because you don't think China is a revolutionary goal doesn't mean you have to hate China or something, right? Once again, to me, I kind of think of them like I think of Netherlands or Sweden or something, anyway. Nice. That you are my 10,000th subscriber. That's the only non-question comment I'm going to answer. Awesome. Let's see here. Did you learn a significant amount of your theory in university, or did you learn through reading, studying, and the internet? I learned literally zero of it through university. None of my major had anything to do with political theory. I had a philosophy minor, but I still read pretty much no political theory other than like liberal political theory because, that's how philosophy departments be. But no, pretty much all of this is self-taught. I learned all of this on my own. Any thoughts on Gramsci's war of position and how it might fit into an anarchist strategy? I will not pretend to have any expertise on Gramsci. My only even passing understanding of Gramsci is on his theories of hegemony. So I will not bear forth on that because I have no knowledge. Let's see here. I've been a Marxist for a long time, but recently I've been questioning scientific socialism. Any critiques? Also, would you be opposed to an anarchist society that's not communist? Yeah, I'm actually reading Engels' Socialism, Scientific and Utopian for the third time right now because I will be offering more extensive critique in the coming video. And what I want to say is I find it very peculiar how scientific socialism basically just tries to steal the valor of science by calling itself that, when it really almost more than anything just kind of boils down to class conflict socialism. And really more, as Engels was formulating it, a sort of economic reductionist socialism, which he then calls scientific. And then he calls essentially anybody who thinks that ideas have anything to do with the process, or that any part of the process is about building constituency. He calls that utopian socialism, which is to me just utterly is a nonsensical a separation. It's not a real dichotomy. Clearly the answer is both of those things will be part of it. It goes back to this materialist idealist distinction, which is also not a real distinction, unless we're talking about in philosophy, but they don't mean it in that way then to a large degree. So I do not think it is in fact scientific to just say whatever happens in the broad structures of society, that's what causes revolution. We're just responding to conditions. And it's like, how did those conditions come about? What made people rebel in the past? What led to people building a revolutionary consciousness? If that's true, why does class consciousness matter? Shouldn't everybody just basically up and figure out how to fix the problem because the broader economic structures of society told them to. And it's weird because I feel like these are such obvious counter arguments. Yet this is like the third time I've read Engels', Socialism, Scientific and Utopian, and he does nothing to answer these questions. Like he really does seem to bear down on this false dichotomy. So suffice to say, I don't consider the phrase scientific socialism to be very helpful. I don't think there is such a thing as a scientific socialism if what you mean is a socialism that is actually a science. Not real. There is no such thing. No political theory is a science. There is such a thing perhaps as a scientific socialism if you mean a socialism informed by science, in which case Engels' conception doesn't even qualify. So yeah, that's like a really shortened version of my answer. And I'll be giving a more extensive answer in part 2 in this coming video. How would you go about teaching yourself philosophy? I mean, this is the straight truth. And anybody who tells you otherwise is lying. Do not read the primary sources first. Go to like plato.stanford.edu or Wikipedia or something and start by reading the summaries. Okay. Before you read any work, read the summaries. If you understand what you're about to learn about, you're going to understand it so much better. It is almost impenetrable reading a lot of philosophy if you don't have any idea of what you're about to encounter. So I really recommend plato.stanford.edu. It is fantastic. Those summaries are really, really good. They contain a lot of nuance. They're very comprehensive to the degree where in a significant number of occasions, if you just go learn from that website, you'll have a decent understanding of that philosophical perspective. I would still recommend if you want to like write on it or something that you then follow up by reading the primary sources. But anybody who tells you to start by reading primary sources is like, we're probably university educated and their professor was the one who prepped them. And you don't get that luxury. You don't have a professor who's going to prep you. So go prep yourself by reading summaries would be my answer. Oh, somebody asked, would you consider writing fantasy? Absolutely. In fact, I create a tabletop game that is in a fantasy mythos. Okay. So I actually GM tabletop. I know somebody kind of asked about it, but over here is like a bunch of like tabletop. You see the whiteboard and everything. We do tabletop once a week. So like I GM a tabletop game that's in a fantasy mythos that I've been creating since I was like 15, basically. And, so would I write in a fantasy mythos? Absolutely. I wrote in fantasy for the majority of my history of writing. Okay, let's see here. Any thoughts on solar punk? I mean, it seems awesome. Like insofar as like St. Andrew's conception of solar punk, I'm down. Sounds great. More broadly, to me, solar punk is just an aesthetic. But I think St. Andrew, in my conception, has turned it into a political program, and I find that to be very interesting. Let's see here. Damn, I'm still catching up with when Heidegger was still commenting. Oh my God, I'm so far behind. Any thoughts on post-leftism or post-left anarchism? I answered that. What do you think of hybridism as laid out in Conquest of the State? I've never read Conquest of the State. How do you think academics outside of the more traditional left-wing disciplines such as sociology, history, or literature could inform politics? I would say by being active research participants in anarchist theory, by relating anarchist theory to their fields of study, and by relating their fields of study to anarchism. I don't think that that's by any means too much to ask. I think that specifically those things you've listed, sociology, history, and literature, are rife for their connection to anarchism. And then I myself in engineering find it hard to relate my education to left politics. Oh, outside of the more traditional left-wing disciplines. Now I'm understanding your question. That is a little harder, but what I will say is my physics education has come in very helpful in writing theory. I found that it made me a much more methodological thinker. It gave me a much better grounding in the physical world and an understanding of what how the physical world actually functioned and what things were actual operative mechanics, what made something an operative mechanic. Those all ended up being very helpful for me in writing theory. I utilize them constantly because I'm constantly using, for example, like physical analogs and stuff like that to understand the systems. And I think that you as an engineer should be reading up on complex systems analysis because it's extremely pertinent to your field. So you might already have some coverage of it. And it's also very pertinent to anarchism. So I think that you could write, for example, about that overlap or develop things within that overlap. Thoughts on Graeber? Love Graeber. Let's see here. Assuming decentralized movements fail, do you think the Green Revolution is even possible, let alone feasible for an authoritarian state like China and or the US? I think it is very unlikely that they will ever repair the ecological collapse that they have caused. Not only do I think that they won't respond to it quickly enough, which is to say that we are going to see permanent damage being done, but I think that they are going to continue perpetuating the damage in a variety of ways that are not only about greenhouse emissions. I think that it's possible that once they realize the kind of wide-scale damage and economic impacts of their emissions, that they will begin to pull back on the reins. But I think that is not like, or I'm not going to say it's not half of it, but like that is not the only thing that's causing these ecological collapses. Do you understand? Extreme extractivism, things like clear cutting, a simplification of these environments through excessive pollution, through the reintroduction of artificial materials into organic environments. Those things are going to cause ecological collapse, even if we stopped our greenhouse gas emissions tomorrow. And I do not foresee these governments being able to significantly intervene in those struggles, given that they are the cause of these things to begin with. So, no, I think our only hope is in a libertarian, socialist, or anarchist revolution. Yeah, I already answered mutualism question. What are your thoughts on religious anarchism? I am an anti-theist, but I am not going to listen. When it comes down to it, the struggle is one that we are all going to have to be involved in. And I'm not going to require that someone abandon their religious beliefs before they can be my political ally. Okay. When I say I'm an anti-theist, I'm not anti-theists. Okay. The people themselves aren't the problem. To me, the ideological scaffolding is the problem. The belief, in my opinion, in something that is not real leads one to conclusions that are contrary to how reality functions. And I don't really bear forth on that opinion very much because truthfully, it's only a coalition splitter, right? It's something I only bring up if somebody tries to impress their beliefs onto me. Okay. So I live in a place that's very Southern Baptist. As you might imagine, that occurrence takes place somewhat often. But honestly, in the movement, it pretty much happens never. Like nobody's ever like impressing their religious beliefs on me in left spaces. And if they were, I honestly don't think that it would go well. I think there'd be a lot of pushback. So that's just my perspective. I'm not going to try to convince you not to hold your religious perspective. I think that we have much bigger problems at hand. And if your anarchism is informed by your religious perspective and you've come to the same conclusions about how we should act and what kind of society we should produce, well, all the better. Welcome. That's the way I look at it. What would the future of the city-state look like in a post-anarchist world? I'm not sure what that means, but I would say maybe you're looking for something kind of like a la Bookchin in Urbanization Without Cities. Maybe that would be a good place for you to go. Did you check out the situation in West Papua, and do you have any thoughts about their struggle? Yeah, I like started reading that article. I've kept it up for a long time. It keeps going on the back burner, unfortunately. But yeah, no, I can absolutely see that there is a it is fertile ground for the development of an anarchist or libertarian socialist perspective. And it's certainly, you are absolutely right in saying that it's something that nobody is paying any attention to. Like, nobody is talking about it at all. And I would recommend, I would promote you putting the link to the article you sent me here into the chat so that other people can read about it. Have you listened to Pat the Bunny or any of his projects? Yes, I have listened to Pat the Bunny. I was listening to him for like a week or two at one point, and I like Pat the Bunny. I get the individualist anarchist vibes out of his stuff, but sometimes I also get some social anarchist vibes out of his stuff. I enjoy it though. It's the only folk punk I've ever heard that I was into. So probably because it has those anarchist influences. Should anarchists in Central Europe, for example, Poland, abandon the term socialism because of the connotation with communist dictatorships? My first impression is to say no, that we should fight on the battleground of what words mean and try to reclaim what the word socialism means. But your conditions may dictate otherwise. I'm really speaking here from my position in the United States, where I think that that's doable. Whereas, excuse me, in your position, that may not be doable. You may instead want to just straight up call yourself an anarchist, or take on calling yourself social ecologist or something like that, or call yourself communist and then reclaim that. I would say that's something that you're going to be better able to answer than I am. Do you think meritocracy is valid or a scam? I think that in a theoretical sense, you might be able to build a meritocracy, but in a practical sense, they pretty much don't exist. Or rather, they exist very, very rarely. And the problem is because there's just all of these social problems that are conditioning the people who are allowed to enter the structure to begin with, which we're calling meritocratic. And it may be, you might then make an argument that it's meritocratic inside of its structure, but it's not determined by merit if all of the possible people that could be put into the structure and therefore sorted by merit are not, because you may just have a completely biasing factor. If you're only looking at 5% of the population and then concluding it's organized on merit, who says? Who says that 95% of the population doesn't have a bunch of people that when fed into that structure would utterly confound your meritocracy? So in a general sense, I'm skeptical of concepts of meritocracy insofar as that building structures simply based on merit. But in a theoretical sense, I would say it's conceivable that it could be done on particular things. Sports are a place where you might see that there is some meritocratic aspect, but it suffers from the thing that I just mentioned, that so many people aren't even able to participate as for us to even determine whether it were a true meritocracy or whether it just has some filtered subsection of the population that is then being called those with merit. And that conversation could go way more in depth about academia, but I've kind of chose to bracket academia for now. Any good anarchist fiction recommendations? Sadly, I almost read no fiction, so I'm the wrong guy to talk to, but people tell me about Ursula Le Guin. So Ursula Le Guin? Thoughts on using things like Twitch streams and debates for effective radicalization? I'm not opposed to it on principle. It is just not what I want to do. I do not want to personally become a streamer or a debate bro. And I'm actively working against doing such a thing. I'm trying to avoid all of the perverse incentives that push me towards that direction. And might I say, money is the biggest of those perverse incentives, because it is in fact way easier to make money from streaming than it is from doing long form essays and hoping you get patrons. What are your thoughts on fully automated luxury communism? Even though people talk shit on it all the time, when I read up on it, it just kind of sounded like automated anarcho-communism. Like maybe I didn't read into enough detail, but when I heard Aaron Bastani interviewed talking about it, seemed fine to me, like maybe a little technocratic, maybe a little over reliant on automation, but like overall, it didn't seem like it was authoritarian or dictatorial. It seems much more firmly situated towards a libertarian socialism than an authoritarian socialism. So it just kind of seems odd to me, the sort of like vehement pushback that I see on Falk. Maybe some people consider it just a little too pie in the sky or something. And don't get me wrong, I have criticisms about automation. I have criticisms about a society that is fully automated, where computers determine everything. Extensive criticism, might I add. But it just seems like people treat it like it's like this dire threat, when to me it kind of seems like it's like mostly harmless, with some good ideas mixed in. I previously sent a comment that was mistyped. What are your thoughts on anarcho-primitivism? Oh no, I lost my place. Yeah, I commented on anarcho-primitivism, not charitable. I don't have a charitable view of anarcho-primitivism. I do not believe that there is a quote unquote state of nature to return to, number one. Number two, I do not think that it is a superior way of life to a technological mass society. And number three, I don't even think that it's like, I don't even think that there's a viable political program around it. It's just not real as far as I can see. It just leads to a sort of like separatist navel gazing or lifestylist politics, where you just want to become a homesteader or something, or you become like a terrorist. So it falls victim to all of the criticisms I've made previously. Okay. So I thought, thoughts on anti-work. I already talked about that. My only doubt with anarchism is the potential difficulty of organizing very large-scale infrastructure projects. How would something on the scale of the Hoover Dam be organized? I'm trying to shorten my answer so I can catch up, but I'm going to say that if you watch After the Revolution, I think you'll agree that that is not by any means undoable. Basically, the short answer is confederations of councils. And if need be, delegation by expertise. Do you have preferred tactics when engaging with authoritarian leftists? When trying to share anarchist ideas with people, I find they easily piggyback off a hesitance to abolish the state. Yeah, well, I mean, I could give lots and lots of suggestions about how to push back against authoritarian leftism. I think that if you were to essentially look at my Twitter feed, number one, but number two, watch the series, The State is Counter-Revolutionary. You'll see a lot of the rhetorical tactics that I've developed, at least. And I think there's a lot more. And so far as talking with them face to face, that's a very psychological affair. And I gave some of my beliefs about how you should talk to people, how you should develop effective rhetoric earlier. I don't want to go on too long about it, but what I will say is that first you have to shatter their conception the state can fix the problems to begin with. A lot of their hesitance to abolish the state is because they actually think the state is good. Okay, like they won't admit that. They're like, if you'll push them into a corner, they'll say like, no, I want to abolish the state. I'm a communist. But like in reality, it really seems like they don't want to abolish the state. So what you have to do is basically help them understand that the state can never serve the interests of the masses, and therefore they are siding with the hierarchs when they choose to side with the state. A lot more to it, but I'm going to move on. Oh my God, I'm so far behind. We're back where I mentioned the Minecraft in Minecraft. Oh, that's not good. How would large-scale anarchist production and trade work? Thoughts on materialism, thoughts on religious. Okay, this is that far back. I kind of mentioned those things. Meritocracy. Thoughts on OOO? Don't know what that is. Thoughts on democratic confederalism? I love the writings of Abdullah Öcalan. I really enjoy the book Democratic Confederalism by Öcalan. I recommend everybody read it, in fact, and you'll find that democratic confederalism, as formulated by Öcalan, is an anti-state or a non-state ideology. in practice, I think that Rojava is one of the most inspiring liberatory projects on the face of the planet. I will say that I think they kind of have something that looks like it is a state in embryo. I won't say that it is a state yet, but I think that it is, in a long-term sense, it could risk becoming a state. Whether that is a point against democratic confederalism or whether that is a temporary factor remains to be seen. Also remains to be seen whether it is a state in embryo or whether it is simply serving some temporary function. But overall, I'm very charitable towards democratic confederalism and recommend people read Abdullah Öcalan's work, Democratic Confederalism. Isn't the scientific and scientific socialism like a bad translation? Yes, just to be clear, for the most part, it like roots to a word that essentially just means method, right? Or methodological. In that occasion, it's closer to accurate. I would still have other critiques to be made on that front, but yes, you're correct. I think that German words like Wissenschaft or something like that. You might want to add Anark. Oh, okay, yeah. Thoughts on open source software? Good. Yeah, it's good. I don't use Linux just because kind of it's a pain in my opinion, and a pain for playing video games, a pain for doing a bunch of different things. I'm decent at command prompt, but I don't really want to have to use command prompt all the time. But it's good. Open source software is great. I think it even has an anarchic thrust to it, or it could if used in proper way. Would you consider a second channel to share your creative endeavors? Yeah. I've actually thought about it before. I don't know if I'll do it while I'm running Anark, but if it came to be that I like spit out everything I wanted to say on anarchism and libertarian socialism and all that, and I just had a work I could always reference to for every topic, I might take some of that audience over to a channel which is focused a little more around my creative works. I personally do not foresee that happening. In the meantime, if you pay into my Patreon, I would be happy to send you, the works that I've created, or really truthfully, what I was going to say is if you pay into my Patreon, you're helping me develop those works because you're giving me more free time so that I can write those things. But truthfully, if you just ask for the tabletop game, or if you ask for the book, I'll send it to you. But ultimately, I might consider doing a channel like that at some point. I apologize if this has already been touched on, but how should we oppose statists while having tactical unity against fascism? That is an incredibly complicated question, one that I think that I would not be able to answer in short order. So what I would say is we build our coalition stronger than theirs so that we don't end up in a situation where we have to cooperate with their coalition because their coalition's so weak it has to basically follow ours. And I think that's the ideal circumstance for us to be in. If they are a force, by that point, you're in a rough situation. History shows that doesn't work out super well. So we would need a much longer platform to discuss that at length. Have you seen Fellow Traveler? He's a small Leninist creator that's been speaking with anarchist creators while teaching his audience that anarchism is a legitimate leftist position. I have actually spoken with Fellow Traveler on Discord. And though I disagree with his positions, I found him to be one of the more civil, respectful, level-headed authoritarian leftists that I've spoken to. So I would not really disparage him. I think that he was very respectful in the conversations we had, and that I don't think he ever acted in an underhanded manner when we were speaking. And to me, that means a lot. So yeah, that's my perspective. At what point did you feel confident enough to start writing theory and sharing your work? If someone wanted to emulate you, what brief roadmap would you give them? I learn a lot through discourse. I think that's part of it. I learned basically what happens is I have after I have a discourse, if I feel like I don't have answers, it motivates me to begin reading. So I begin reading a bunch of theory. I want to know the answer. I want to figure out how other people have responded to the question. I want to then ultimately begin synthesizing my own perspective. And I think that's the key. If I'm really kind of saying the difference here between someone who goes on to write theory and someone who just reads a lot of theory, is that when you're reading theory, read critically, even the theory of your own side. Okay. Don't be afraid to, if you feel like you have if you feel like you don't quite agree with something they say, or that you're like, not sure about this perspective. What do they mean by X? Like, don't just like dismiss that, right? Don't just like paper over that out of fear that oh no, like what if everything unravels? Like, no, just engage fruitfully with that feeling. Okay. Or if you feel that they've said something that leaves out a lot of nuance, or if you feel as if they are not emphasizing some very important issue, don't just like ignore those feelings. Begin asking yourselves how you'll fill those gaps. And I think then begin writing. Just begin writing. As soon as any of those things come up, start writing about it. You don't have to show anybody. Just begin saying stuff, putting it in a place. And what you'll find is that as soon as you require yourself to put your thoughts together in a coherent manner from one end to the other, you will begin forcing yourself to develop a more coherent theoretical perspective. Let's see here. How do we accurately convey anarchist ideas to laymen without being verbose and jargony? I think that you should be tactful about the jargon you use. Choose specific jargon and then see it as a point of education. Try to use words that will appeal to the person. How about this? If you have a very short period of time to speak to this person, use almost no jargon other than that you think you can describe in a sentence or two. Okay. If you have a long period of time, use all the jargon and explain to them what you mean by each of these. Use that process of feedback and discourse in order to continually educate them on what you meant by X. For example, sometimes people say, what do you mean by anarchism? Or what's an anarchist society? And I'll say, an anarchist society, briefly is going to be, a directly democratic or a confederation of directly democratic council structures. So like, that's kind of a mouthful, a confederation of directly democratic council structures. And, there's like things that certain people would disagree with in that phrasing, but that phrasing will be very helpful for describing a bunch of aspects. Confederation, how does society make large scale decisions is what that answers. Direct democracy, they know what direct democracy means. Most people know what direct democracy means. And then council structures, that gives the bottom up aspect. And so you put those together and you've got a bottom up confederation that can handle large scale problems through direct democracy. And you might want to give them more detail, but that little phrase has just enough of a hook that they might be familiar with that you can then fill in just a few blanks, and you will have found that it is a very educational vehicle. It gives them this nice little compact conceptualization. Other than that, if you don't want to take that perspective, just learn how to say things in simple ways. Don't know how else to say it. That's just the truth of it. Figure out how to say it in plain language, and then kind of think about it to yourself. Try to keep, every time somebody says something, use it as an educational opportunity for yourself to conceptualize how next time you're going to say it a little bit better. Okay, I'm just going to have to go through and read a little less closely. I'm trying to get caught up here. Let's say revolution doesn't happen, likely. What is our best strategy of moving forward if we action according to that premise? Thoughts on insurrectionalism? Yeah, I kind of answered this. I do not think that there is any feasibility in a non-revolutionary perspective. I think that pretty much all that can lead to is escaping society, because insurrection for the sake of insurrection is just basically a death wish. And if it's not a death wish, it's accelerationism, basically. So I pretty much have a strictly revolutionary perspective. But I commented on this a little bit earlier, so I'm going to move on. Would you consider a second channel for live streams? It'll make you money, and these are a lot of fun. Yeah, I've also thought about that. That one, I'm going to let that one percolate. At the moment, my answer is no, but it may eventually be yes. We'll see. Thoughts on critiques of communalism about it lacking a revolutionary subject? Yeah, that's a really big topic. I don't think that it does lack a revolutionary subject. I think that it just has a very broad revolutionary subject. I think that, you know, we could talk about the orientation of class politics and its conceptualization of what a revolutionary subject is. But I think what you'll find is that its revolutionary subject is essentially a coalition of all people that are opposed to hierarchical power. And though that sounds very broad, it ends up not being as broad as you'd think. Okay. It's everybody at the bottom of hierarchies. And you might get a very interesting coalition in that. But I think what's clear is that they have to be against hierarchical power writ large. And so what that means is you're not going to have capitalists and stuff mixed in with your coalition. But it also immediately fixes the problem with this delineation between the proletariat and the lumpen proletariat and the petty bourgeois. And you go, well, who are the petty bourgeois? And they include people like academics and like artists and stuff. And it's like, not seeming like you really got this nailed down, buddy. Like that does not sound like you really have a good idea. But you pretty much erase all of those problematic distinctions as soon as you say it's a coalition of all of those who oppose hierarchical power structures, because then you're not going to be mixing in with a bunch of people who support hierarchical power structures. And I think that is the revolutionary subject. And I think Bookchin would agree with that. Bookchin seeks to reclaim a mass politics. And I think that he's right to want to reclaim a mass politics. And I think it must specifically be reclaimed under opposition to hierarchical power. I'm very impressed by all of your videos. They make me understand now there's a lot of walk I need to be walking rather than talking the talk. Oh, okay, I thought there was a question in here. Well, I appreciate it. Thoughts on object-oriented ontology. I don't know anything about it. Don't know about it. You know, if just like in a general sense, just to say my perspective, I have a process ontology. You know, my perspective is a process ontology. Like dialectics, but I don't really know if it would like fit narrowly within dialectics. I think it probably has, given what I've discussed with people, it has the most in common with like Deleuze and Guattari, but it's a way more structuralist version of Deleuze and Guattari. And I will be writing about it. In fact, I've written a bunch about it in a book that is not released and is not a script or anything. It's like a full-length philosophy book. How do we best approach Öcalan's writings to pull the good from them, given the more recent writings with overt anti-Semitism? I think you'll find that that is a very, very small proportion of Öcalan's writings. In general, Öcalan does not have too many problems with anti-Semitism. It's not like a thing with Proudhon or Bakunin or Marx, where they say these things that are very anti-Semitic, and it's like a big problem. Öcalan sometimes has, but in fact, he got criticized for this, and he actually just like apologized, as far as I understand. So I don't think that it's in any way a fundamental part of Öcalan's ideology. And I don't think that you're going to have too much trouble picking apart the good from the bad. That's what I'll say. Do you think zeitgeist people might have a better approach to liberatory technology? I'm reminded of a group I used to follow, Trom, which made their own Linux and a bunch of open source software. I think that they are very focused around the production of a liberatory technology, most certainly. Now, do they have a better approach to liberatory technology? I don't know, better than who. I think Bookchin is for me the most informative on what a liberatory technology might look like. But I also would really like to see technology people begin writing on the subject of liberatory technology and really picking apart all of those distinctions. I have a lot of thoughts myself, but they're not like super well formulated in my head. I like have a lot of positions, but I haven't really, written them all down or built them into a robust theory. I do plan on, there is a subject for a future video that I'm thinking of titling Science and Technology, which will cover essentially how science and technology fit into liberatory framework. That's a long time from now. Let's see here. Are you a materialist? Yes, I'm a physicalist, which is to say, materialism is historically rooted in a conceptualization of matter, which is narrowly rooted in an old Enlightenment era conception of the atom as the primary building block. Modern physics really doesn't admit such a simplification. Instead, it seems as if what we have is a series of physical phenomena that are not always directly associated with matter. So the modern perspective for those who are in the field would be something more akin to what's called physicalism in philosophy. So I am a physicalist. I think materialism is a little outdated by that measure. How do you see anarchist thought in relation to the study of history in general? I think the answer to that question is contained in the work of David Graeber and Rudolf Rocker, as well as Kropotkin, who have all developed what I would call a sort of anarchist anthropological or historical method. I think it's best characterized in Rudolf Rocker. And I would highly recommend, if you are a historian or you're interested in history, reading Rudolf Rocker's Nationalism and Culture, which I consider to be one of the best works of history I've ever read, and one of the most informative to my anarchist political perspective, as anybody knows who watches my videos, considering I quote Nationalism and Culture pretty much every video. But yeah, no, I think an anarchist perspective of history is very important. Oh my God, have I caught up? Oh my God, I have caught up. Okay. Have you thought about doing a statist counter-revolutionary video on Vietnam? Yeah, I'm pretty much, I mean, you said unless you feel done with that series, I am pretty much done with that series. I would only consider coming back to that series after I had done a bunch of other videos, basically. If I had gotten a bunch of other videos out of the way and I was looking for material, I might go back and do a statist counter-revolutionary for Cuba, a statist counter-revolutionary for Vietnam. Those would be probably the two big ones. A statist counter-revolutionary for Korea, given that I would be able to talk about the Shinmin commune, then shifting into modern day Korean geopolitics. So yeah, I would consider it, but it would be a very long time from now. Don't count on it anytime soon. What are your thoughts on propaganda of the deed? Could insurrectionary action and praxis be useful as a radicalizing element, even if not as a long-term revolutionary plan in and of itself? I consider this to be an excellent question. I think the flaw, okay, well, first of all, I should say propaganda of the deed is not as narrow as we now consider it, which is to say it's basically like it was just a violent insurrectionary method, hoping to, convey to people, your masters are killable, like that. I don't think has a lot of promise. I think what we've seen is that essentially just provides the excuse to power structures to crush us more quickly. It doesn't really have a strong track record, to be honest. So that kind of propaganda of the deed, no, I think that one's pretty well been pushed by the wayside. Now, a broader propaganda of the deed more broadly, if you listen to what's being said in the name, propaganda of the deed. So it's essentially doing and then your action becoming propaganda. That I think is highly effective. In fact, I think that is essentially the program of dual power. Dual power is the creation essentially of the new world, building the new in the shell of the old, which is in a very significant way the attempt to propagandize by deed, right? I think that nobody would recognize it as being an example of propaganda by the deed in the modern day, but by their very original conception, I think it was. But insofar as you're asking about insurrectionary anarchism, this is now the third time I've been asked about that. So I'm just going to skip right past that one, I think. Yeah. Do you think modern communications technology may change the equation for propaganda of the deed? To some degree, given what I just said, that if we conceive of a broader propaganda of the deed, certainly yes, given that that would actually be valuable on its own merits, and we have much greater dissemination of information. But I don't think the problem with propaganda of the deed is that people didn't hear about it. That's not the issue. Anarchists were very good at turning it into a platform to spread their ideas, all the way up until the point they were convicted in the courtroom. They were using it as an opportunity to spread the ideas of anarchism. So I don't think the problem was that it was not that it didn't spread far enough. It was that it didn't really communicate the right message a lot of the time. Number one. And number two, the state just uses an opportunity to expand the police state every single time, often leading to severe civil conflicts. I think that escalation will be necessary at some part of the process, but I think that insofar as you don't have a dual power structure, you should not be escalating. Have you heard of the CIPO-RFM or other anarchist CIPO? I wonder what that all stands for. Let me look that up real quick. Oh, Popular Indigenous Council of Oaxaca. Is that what that is? Yes. Oh, okay. Yes, I've heard of the things going on in Oaxaca. Yeah. I don't know a huge amount about it, but yes, I've definitely read some stuff about this, and it seems very promising. Oh, and then the RFM is Ricardo Flores Magón. Okay, that makes perfect sense. I mean, like he was a very influential anarchist figure. So I haven't read super deep into it, but yeah, this is a really interesting project, and I would definitely recommend people read into it. Let's see here. How do we decide what terminology we use to describe anarchism? Recently, I've seen a lot of anarchists who say that anarchism isn't opposed to government and democracy, though it seems wrong to me. Well, I've already kind of mentioned my positions on this, which is this word democracy was meaning something very different when it was being used in classical anarchist theory than what we mean a lot of the time. The majority of people in the modern day by democracy just mean voting on stuff. Okay? Like, think about it. When you've got like 5 friends together and you say like, let's just, vote on where we should go eat. Like, if you were to say democracy in action, nobody would go, well, there's no a state body enforcing the decision upon us as we make a decision. That is not appropriately called democracy. Like nobody would say that. Our conception of democracy is voting on stuff. It's coming to agreements communally. Okay. And in that capacity, anarchists have always been pro-democracy. But what they've been against is representative democracy, which is a very different matter. And you will find people, of course, that get those mixed up for sure. So that's up to you, and it's going to be based on your conditions. As for government, that one has been, you've kind of had it go both ways historically. Distinctions between state and government are in some places in the anarchist literature, and in other places they refuse the distinction. For example, Malatesta refuses the distinction as far as I can see, whereas Kropotkin has a distinction. But that being said, that one's just kind of up to you. On that one, I think that the normal people are more comfortable if you just call, horizontal power structures a form of self-governance, right? A lot of people are just that's going to communicate well to them. They're going to understand what you mean. And they might even be a little confused if you were to say you want to abolish the government and then you were to propose, a mass confederation of council structures. They'd go, that seems like government, just a very different kind of government is what they would say, right? And in that case, I really wouldn't push back too much on it. It really won't have a lot of meaning. It won't be important to delineate on those things. So, as a follow-up question on propaganda of the deed, do you have any thoughts on how anarchists could use aesthetics and ethical propaganda to assist in radicalization? Well, yeah, my whole channel. Like I consider a lot of what anarchists are trying to do on YouTube, as well as what they're doing on Twitter, as well as what they're doing with anarchist presses, as well as what they do when they go to protests, as being a form of using aesthetics as rhetoric and using trying to develop effective propaganda in order to assist in radicalization. So yeah, I think that's clearly part of the project, and it always has been, might I add. Let's see here. Thoughts on deep adaptation and what social anarchism can bring. So this is like the third time I've heard about the phrase deep adaptation. And I'm not super educated on what it means. I'm going to look it up right now. Oh, okay. Yeah, no. I think this is just not how it works. The idea that basically extreme weather events are going to cause social collapse, and that we need to create like strong measures to like adapt to social collapse. No, I think unfortunately I find that quite naive. It's also part of the reason why I don't agree with what I've heard about desert. I think what you'll find is that quite the opposite of power structures collapsing when there are extreme moments of crisis. Much more often, they use them as opportunities to expand their hierarchical power. I actually envision quite the opposite of, as weather events get worse and as climate collapse continues, of us seeing governments collapse and us having no government and large sections of the land not controlled by a state. I think that is not at all what will take place. Quite the opposite. You will see a hyper expansion of eco-fascism. You will see governments that extremely orient around fascist rhetoric, around hyper authoritarian centralization of power, extreme nationalism, even up to the palingenetic ultranationalism. And you're going to see extreme xenophobia. You're going to see the expansion of the police state, the expansion of military capacities, the increase of wars over things like water and resources. You are not going to see societal collapse. You might see it in some places, but that is not going to be the broad scale response of this system. And I think that thinking that's what's going to happen, really, I just don't understand how anybody can take that perspective if you've read history. History is the repeated example of crises leading to states catalyzing a more extreme control. And if one state falls, a new one just pops up in its place. You don't see that it's like, oh, there was an ecological collapse and then anarchists filled the gap. That's never what takes place. Instead, it's just the opportunity for a new hierarchical structure to either arise, or the previous hierarchical structure to strengthen itself. So I think that quite the opposite of relying on that for societal collapse, we should be trying to prevent ecocide and building dual power structures right now, which can go to war with those state structures. How would you try to convince someone like a nationalist that tribalism isn't an inherent part of humans? Do you think we will eventually leave national or ethnic tribalism as a species? Yeah, I mean, that one can be a challenge. That one can be a challenge. A lot of people really have it ingrained into them that tribalism and nationalism are very natural. The thing is, that's very conditional. If you read through history, you can see that in some places tribalism was quite extreme. Ethnic bigotry and xenophobia was extreme, and in other places it was not. Other villages were just seen as other villages, and they dealt with them in a even a communal manner sometimes. It really depends on the place you're in. It depends on the stage of history that you're at. It's absolutely the case that there's been a lot of history of ethnic tensions and tribal conflict and national conflict. That's totally true. But anybody who believes that it's a natural part of humanity, well, you just find the historical examples to disprove them. And I'd recommend reading Dawn of Everything by Graeber, read Mutual Aid by Kropotkin, read The State, Its Historic Role by Kropotkin, read Debt by Graeber. Like, all of these will be strong counterpoints to that and will hopefully arm you with the rhetoric to argue against those. But yeah, you're right to say that pops up a lot. Lots of conversations I've had, people bring that up. Any thoughts on setting up parallel gift economies or collectivism with labor vouchers, concurrent with capitalism with goods from co-op federations? That will almost certainly be part of the dual power project. That is not an end goal, or rather the gift economy part is close to the end goal. The collectivism with labor vouchers, concurrent, cooperatives and all of that stuff, that's not the end goal, but it will almost certainly be a component of the transition. And it will most definitely be part of building dual power. I do not think that there can be a significant dual power project that doesn't utilize something close to that. Even if it's not labor vouchers, it might actually literally be money. But you will need cooperative federations in order to make this work, and they must be confederated together with the rest of your dual power structure. They can't just stand alone, making all their decisions on their own. They need to be held accountable to the council structures. So my thoughts are that it is an absolutely integral part of building dual power, but that it is not a description of the end goal, which is where I tend to disagree with mutualists. Thoughts on the definition of fascism? Yeah, I mean, obviously that one's pretty topical, but I think that it's very difficult to boil fascism down into a very, simplified definition. But for me, it is one type of response that the system has. If people who have consumed my work know that I see the system as a sort of a unified mega machine that is spanning the globe, that is a world system. And so the way I look at it is that the world system, or the mega machine, has regimes of response to crisis. Okay, and each of those regimes of response have a multiplicity of things taking place inside of them. Right? So you've got lots of specifics, things that when you're trying to build a fiddly taxonomical, definition for each of these four responses, or sorry, I say four because I've been developing recently, and four is what I came out with, but there might be more or less. What you'll find is that most of those taxonomical definitions aren't going to work because they're misunderstanding what's really taking place. What's really taking place is the mega machine adapting to its circumstances. And so what you should really be looking for is how the mega machine is adapting, what circumstances it is adapting to, and so then what does that mean? How should you classify these based on those systemic dynamics? And it seems to me that fascism occurs when you have a very rapid social progress, which is to say, may not mean labor progress. It could mean, for example, a whole bunch of like social processes are moving forward, that you're getting a lot of gains in social processes. For example, you see this in the Weimar Republic right before the rise of the Nazis. In this situation, you even had them researching transgender politics and queer politics in a way that had not been seen before. You had a very strong labor movement at certain parts. And what fascism is essentially the system recognizing that it's in crisis. Almost always, it is undergoing some form of economic or internal crisis. And it's essentially its response to recatalyze all of the hierarchical power structures into a unified hierarchical power structure. In a way, fascism is the desire of the mega machine to return to the relations of monarchy, but it is incapable of doing so because capitalism exists, essentially, because the markets have permeated the planet. And because it is now part of a unified world system, it can't abandon capital, and therefore it can't return to monarchy. And so it does this sort of like half return to monarchy. And and fascism is the result. So I see fascism as one of these regimes of response of the mega machine. And I think that getting really bogged down in a bunch of details about the ideology that's used, or like, you know, this sort of like taxonomical stamp collecting way of looking at it is just missing the forest for the trees, basically. What's your opinion on the conflict going on between indigenous groups in Chile and the government? I am not informed enough on that to have an opinion. But I would welcome you putting any articles in the chat that could inform me better on that. Oh, are you aware of the extremely authoritarian bills being passed in the UK, like the Spy Cops bill and the policing bill? I'm hearing about them from people in the UK, definitely. I mean, that sounds scary. I mean, it sounds to me like you guys must be experiencing something similar to the fear we were experiencing when they were passing the Patriot Act and when we were finding out about PRISM and stuff like that. Like, it's horrifying. I hope you guys are having mass protests. I don't know. I don't really know what the response looks like, but I am definitely seeing a lot of people in my feed talk about it. And that sounds very scary. Let's see here. How long do you think capitalism could continue despite its inherent contradictions? Indefinitely. I don't really believe in this whole mindset of like quote unquote contradictions playing out and leading to the system abolishing itself and all this. I think this is not, I think and I understand, I'm not meaning to attack you here. I understand you're using that language in a way that, you know, that may not even be in line with what I'm saying, but I don't like this language of contradictions, partially because number one, it's not a contradiction. A contradiction is something that doesn't exist in reality. In fact, by the very fact that it is a contradiction, it cannot exist. That's essentially its fundamental feature. Second of all, to call these things a contradiction within capitalism is to misunderstand what dynamics are leading to these processes. Imagining it's a contradiction is like trying to say the system is irrational. It's not. It's not irrational. It's only irrational to us because we don't want to be dominated. Okay. So it's irrational for a liberatory society. It's irrational to anybody who wants liberation, but it is not irrational in how it functions. It functions in an extremely rational fashion. All of these things where it looks like, you know, oh, this is a very irrational outcome. Oh, crises of production and you know, like the inherent contradiction between labor and capital and blah blah blah. Calling those contradictions misses the point. Those things are necessary components of how the system functions. They're highly rational. They maintain the system of domination. We suffer under them, and they cause all of these things that are disastrous, but those disasters are necessary for the system to maintain its domination, and therefore the system weathers them happily. And so I think the problem with using this language of contradictions is it like just assumes that, oh, the system's going to collapse on its own. You know, like eventually it'll come up against these walls, and then, you know, the system will just begin to break apart. Class conflict will just organically, you know, lead to an uprising of the proletariat. No, it's not how this works. That's part of the process. Don't get me wrong. The system undergoing a state of degradation, falling apart, you know, not being able to meet even its own needs, the crises that it produces. These things lead to radicalization. They lead to movements that might try to abolish the system. Yes, but there will be no movement if people don't conceptualize how to fix the problems. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, how long can it go on with, its inherent contradictions, or I guess is what I would say, it's an internal conflicts, indefinitely, if we don't do something about it. Indefinitely. It might even get worse. And I don't believe in this idea that it will just collapse on its own. I think quite the opposite. What we've seen is that if you don't build the catalyst structure that will destroy it, it grows stronger. Every crisis makes it stronger, not weaker. So that's why I also had a problem earlier with this idea. The person talked about deep adaptation. There's not going to be social collapse because of ecological, because of the eco side. The system's going to use that as an excuse to become more powerful. It's going to use this deprivation in order to catalyze its own power. You understand? Like, systems aren't weakened by crisis most of the time. It's extremely rare that a crisis weakens the system. So that's my response to that. How long can it go on? Indefinitely, if we don't do something about it. Yeah, Random String says, like the peak oil people from a few years ago. Exactly like that. Exactly like that. Where they're just like, oh man, like, just they'll come, the ecological wall, like, oh, sorry, I mean the peak oil wall, that'll screw it all up. It'll force us to get out of the oil game. And it's like, no. They just expanded imperialism. They got stronger off of all of this. Oh, they can't get to oil as much. They'll just frack. It causes earthquakes. Who cares? Like, oh, we have to go do wars of imperialism. That's fine. Now Heckler and Koch gets more money. Like, it's exactly like the peak oil stuff. Let's see here. What do you mean? Oh, I'm gonna go back. Thoughts on Fejuve? I don't know how to pronounce it. I've only done a little bit of research, but it seems like a very good project. It seems like that it is definitely a movement in the right direction. I would highly recommend people read about it. I don't have like a comprehensive knowledge by any means, but I definitely consider it a movement that is in alliance to the anarchist and libertarian socialist goals. What do you mean by a dual power structure, and how is your understanding of it informed? So what I mean by a dual power structure is a power structure that is constituted outside of the existing power structures, or rather not rooting from those power structures. That is to say, making power for ourselves that roots from us and not the state or large corporations or nonprofit organizations. Instead, figuring out ways to build our own power. Instead of, for example, trying to get grocery stores to give us our overage, growing our own food. Instead of all trying to, or not instead of, but not only, making unions in workplaces, which is conflict with capital, but making our own cooperatives, which funnel their profits into our organizations, and which can then fund propaganda and expansion of the libertarian socialist project. If you want to know more about what I'm talking about here, you should go watch my video, Constructing the Revolution, where I lay out what I mean in pretty extensive depth. Essentially, building the new in the shell of the old. And what informed my thoughts on the topic, I can't think of like one particular text I read or something. Prefiguration to me, it just was sort of what I recognized had to be done the more that I organized. In the last 10 years, essentially what I learned as I proceeded through the process of organizing protests and direct action and, at least some ostensible contact with labor organization, and being in several different kinds of organizations and seeing about how electoralism worked and all of that. I essentially came to the conclusion, and especially reading history, that the only way a movement has any power is when it has power of its own, when it has its own strength. Anytime it requisitions power from the enemy can simply take that power away from them at a whim. And that is essentially revolutionary suicide, not to reference. You get what I'm saying. Let's see here. I noticed in your long videos about power, there's no engagement made with biopolitics or the legacy of cybernetics. Seems kind of naive. So yeah, there's no engagement with biopolitics. That's true to some degree. It might be something I work into later videos. I've definitely been skimming Foucault more often, and it might actually inform some of my perspective in the future. But I also don't think that it's the root of the systems at hand. Power is the root. Biopolitics is just an array of different methods that determine how power is used. There are kinds of ways that power is derived and marshaled onto the world. They are not themselves the root. They are a result of power orientations. As for the second part, cybernetics, cybernetics would probably be useful. They would probably come in I don't know how necessary they would be, but they would be probably very helpful in building a decentralized economy. The previous one, I can see how you might say was naive, but I don't understand how cybernetics, not addressing cybernetics is naive. If anything, I think that people who over-focus on cybernetics are often the ones that are naive in thinking that technological automation can solve the problems at hand, when what we really need is to be putting more and more power back into the hands of the people. That's not to say that cybernetics would not be good. In fact, earlier in the stream, I even said that, I think there's some value in cybernetics, and they could very well be useful in this project. I don't think that an overemphasis on them is good. I think that an overemphasis on automation or computerization is probably going to be it's probably going to take power out of the hands of the people, and that might be very dangerous. But that is a much longer conversation about the difference between liberatory technologies and oppressive technologies. So I'll just leave it there for now. Dual power is usually associated to Lenin. I'm just curious as to who informed your understanding of what dual power means. It's interesting. It's true that Lenin is the first person to have used the phrase, but dual power is not usually associated to Lenin. In fact, I've only heard anybody mention Lenin as in regards to dual power in maybe the last 6 months. Only really when some person pointed it out did anybody even recognize that. Dual power, for really, since I've been hearing it since Occupy, had no connection to Lenin, and nobody I've ever heard mentioned Lenin in a conversation about dual power until, like I said, maybe the last 6 months. Mostly the conceptualization of dual power and what I mean by that was just picked up through a variety of conversations with other organizers, wherein we began to use the phrase extensively, and within other online spaces where lots of people were using the phrase, and was informed heavily by research of prefiguration in anarchist politics. And so it's really just a placeholder phrase. Historically, anarchists used the phrase counterpower. I've been using that a little more lately, but I think that this idea that because Lenin is the first person who used the phrase, that it's like sullied by Lenin or something, I don't think that's at all necessary. I think we're shooting ourselves in the foot with that. Let's see here. What are your thoughts on what young people, teenagers and young adults, can contribute toward radical and revolutionary causes? I'm hoping to start contributing as soon as I can. Teenagers and young adults, I mean, that's you're ready to start doing things. I'd say you can start making like reading groups and, like trying to spread ideas to other people, and trying to radicalize people. You may have some difficulties dealing with radical organizations, because a lot of radical organizations are sort of hesitant to accept people who are really young because they don't want all of the complications that come along with young people being involved in their coalitions. And I don't actually mean the like quote unquote immaturity of those young people. That's not what I mean. I mean to say that their parents might be involved. The schools are now involved. Bad faith actors might try to use as an opportunity to say weird stuff about your group or to make accusations. And so organizations might have a tendency to distance themselves from people who are under the age of 18 for those reasons. But I still think that there's a lot you can do. I would say that beginning to educate yourself and others, to radicalize yourself and others, is something you can begin doing as soon as these ideas come to the forefront of your mind. So, yeah. Is my mic like really quiet? Is my mic good? I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay. So I think I'm starting to get caught up here. Or no, I'm not getting caught up, but I think I know where I'm at. How do you feel about the topic of prison abolitionism? Abolish prisons. Is that good enough? Abolish prisons. Yes. They are unneeded. Not to say that no form of detainment could be necessary, but prisons are not necessary. Do you think climate collapse provides an opportunity for anarchist ideas or dooms them? Without societal collapse, will we simply be repressed in the ensuing fascist wave, or could we thrive? Uh, Even though what I said earlier, climate collapse probably does produce an opportunity. Okay. As, like I said, even though systems failing to meet the needs of their populace doesn't lead to the systems falling apart necessarily, if radicals, if revolutionaries do the work of putting together a response to those systems as they fail, using those failures as a means to develop a revolutionary coalition, it can be an enormous opportunity. The thing is that it's just the crisis itself is only an opportunity if you seize it. If you just sit around going, everything's just gonna, we got this. Capitalism will fall apart any day now. Like that's nothing's gonna happen. There are opportunities, but they have to be used to be real opportunities. Without societal collapse, will we simply be repressed? I don't think we need societal collapse to not be repressed. I think that we're going to be repressed probably either way, but we need to resist being oppressed. Or repressed. We need to develop a counterpower that is so powerful that it essentially disciplines the state, that it disciplines the hierarchical power structures. And that is something we have to develop. Once again, I think the key that I'm always trying to emphasize to people here is that it is not enough to know how these things fail. We must actually go to work building the alternative. Do you know what commodity traders are? Yes, I was radicalized by the 2008 financial collapse. Did you know that without the American consumer base, the entire world industrial order would just fall apart? That is wrong. Why drone about power without naming the powers? There are many different kinds of powers. I mean, the powers you listed here are some powers. Like I used to be more reductive towards all of these economic issues. Like I said, I was radicalized by the 2008 financial crisis, wherein I learned an enormous amount about how capitalism functioned. It was my first encounter with radical labor politics. It's where I learned about Marx, where I learned about the labor theory of value. It's where I learned about essentially how capitalist powers function. But what I've realized at this point is that those are just one example of powers. They are very, very dominant in the modern world, but we have to recognize that power functions in many, many different ways, and that it is far more important to understand how power writ large functions than to hyper orient on one or another, because we're going to have to defeat all of them and build counter structures that like diminish all of those in order for us to succeed to begin with. So that's the reason why I don't spend all my time talking about commodities traders. If you'd like to know more about this perspective, go watch the most recent video I just put out. Let's see here. Okay. A podcast with you, Zoe Baker, and St. Andrewism would be based in the anime crossover we need. I'm down. Let's go. I'm ready. If you want good, I'm wondering if you've read The Shock Doctrine by Naomi Klein. It's all about how disaster and crises are exploited by capitalism to its fullest extent. No, however, that book was very topical to Occupy. So I learned almost everything about its thesis when I was talking with people in Occupy. So I never really bothered reading it because it was really important to other radicals I knew who were constantly telling me about what was being said within it. So I haven't read it, but I know most of what's in the book. I'd hate to be a bother, but do you happen to have any thoughts on participatory economics? You are not a bother. This is a Q&A stream. That you are fully within your rights. Yeah, no, I do. I actually like Paracon. I think that, I couldn't tell you whether that is exactly the system that should be put into place, but I've read a considerable amount about it at this point, and I consider it an extremely feasible system. I also consider it a liberatory system. So I do actually think that Paracon has a lot of um, very good models that we would almost certainly want to follow and we want to understand what they're saying basically, so that we could possibly emulate it when the time came that we actually had more power. And I actually think that specifically some of Albert's critiques about a division of labor and pushing back against that with job complexes is very insightful. And I think is a critique that I hadn't heard the way he was presenting it. I hadn't really heard since my early days of learning about communism, when I was first being told about division of labor and over specialization and stuff. And I think he really kind of brought that conversation back into the fore as I started to read more of his work and more about Paracon. So yeah, I actually like Paracon. I read the most recent book, No Bosses, which I thought was very insightful. Thoughts on consumer cooperatives and other non-worker cooperatives? Um, I'm not really super impressed. Um, I'm not saying that like that's not like a component, perhaps. Like I would prefer a cooperative. Ultimately, a cooperative that's the most prefigurative is a cooperative that is a worker and a consumer co-op at the same time, where they both have power over its management. Because that would prefigure a society wherein the means of production are socially owned. But if I had to choose one or the other, it's clearly going to be a worker co-op, a worker self-directed enterprise. That's far more prefigurative than a consumer co-op, which is essentially just a corporation. But the board, like, people can come and make decisions on the board. They can sit in on board meetings. Like, that's kind of all it boils down to. But it's better than a regular corporation, I guess. Let's see here. Are the dual power structures essentially hierarchical power versus horizontal power? Yeah, I mean, in a general sense, when people say dual power in the modern day, they're just referring to a power outside of the dominant power structures, right? So, like, that's kind of just the long and short of it. Like, the first time this was talked about was Proudhon. The phrase wasn't used, but that's the first time we had a conception of this dual power was Proudhon. Building power of our own that's not reliant on them. What are the prints behind me? Those are prints that I got from No Bonzo when I did a pre-order of Kropotkin's Mutual Aid, the illustrated Mutual Aid. Those are actually pictures. Those are pictures from that illustrated copy, which I highly recommend. You guys should go get a copy. Quick, name an ongoing example of ecocide. The entire planet. The entire planet is currently an ecocide. We're experiencing planetary ecological collapse. Let's see here. Any advice for when starting an especificismo org when not experienced with organizational anarchism? Yeah, I'm not going to be able to give you all the answers to something like that. But what I would say is to go read Social Anarchism and Organization by F.A.R.J. Highly recommend reading that. It is going to have an enormous amount of insight within it. If you were to be able to model 20% of that, you'd have a more effective organization than many organizations. It is both an exceptionally modern theoretical and practical work. So I recommend everybody read it. It's very good. Wait, who? Oh no. Oh, I'm so far behind. I need to start jumping forward. I need to start moving faster. Uh, what do you consider to be the main mistakes from the anarchist movements of the 20th century, and what can we do to prevent them from repeating? The first is they didn't really build a robust dual power. A lot of them, what they would do is only build an economic dual power, and that was not enough. What ended up happening with most of them is they still experienced problems with patriarchal and white supremacist situations taking place, as well as, for example, if we take like CNTFAI as an example, we see that they had to like create bodies of civil governance on the spot because they had only created a bunch of trade union structures. And so they ended up having to like create these council structures because they had not created enough of them beforehand. And that made it to where they were sort of disorganized in a time when they should have been much more highly organized. They were sort of caught, like 10 days before there was a rupture, they started preparing, like it was not good. Another example, that's the other one, extreme overemphasis on economics, a narrow labor politics that has no intersectionality. Don't get me wrong, like anarchists were more intersectional than most leftists of their era because they understood power politics, but they often like put these things off until after the revolution, and that caused problems. It meant that they didn't have as strong coalitions as they could. Another one was trusting authoritarian leftists. Building coalitions with authoritarian leftists, I think, was probably one of the biggest single mistakes that the anarchists of the last 100 years made. It pretty much ended disastrously every single time. If the authoritarian leftists won, the anarchists lost. And I think those are probably those are the three big ones. Those are the three really big ones. Not being organized ahead of time, not having specifically anarchist organizations, and not being sufficiently intersectional. Okay, let's see here. Did you know ecocide was originally coined to describe U.S. military's genocidal use of chemical weapons in the Indochina wars? I did not. But it does not shock me, to be honest. What is your opinion on Nestor Makhno? Do you consider, okay, these are like several questions. Nestor Makhno, overall good. I would listen to Behind the Bastards episode on Nestor Makhno. It's actually really good. It'll teach you a lot about his background, where he came from, and so on. The criticism of him being a warlord sort of falls apart when you recognize that he was more like an organic leader, and people were kind of just following him because they wanted a leader, and he was spreading anarchism and radicalizing enormous swaths of people. That's not to say he never did anything wrong, but in a general sense, I have a very favorable view of Makhno. Do you consider the CNTFAI or Free Territories anarchist? Yeah, they were both anarchist. I wouldn't call them anarchy. They weren't anarchy. They had not eliminated all hierarchical power structures and rulership. That is a very difficult thing to do. And furthermore, when you have we have states around you imposing their will on you, you certainly have not eliminated all hierarchical power structures. But they were clearly both anarchist. Yeah, that much is sort of like, clearly the case. Yeah, they were both anarchist societies. If not, what do you consider to be the best examples? Yeah, those are very good examples. But I would also include, for example, the Shinmin Commune. I think that's one a lot of people don't really talk about. I think more people should talk about the Shinmin Commune. But yeah, there have been a lot of societies that model what anarchists want that weren't quote unquote anarchist societies per se, because they weren't like based around anarchism, and still are to this day, in fact. So yeah, I mean, for me, it's not super important that they hold anarchism as their political philosophy, so long as that they, practice what anarchists want in a better society. How do we know what the limits of reformism are? Um, are there patterns over history to determine this? Yeah, I mean, your second question sort of answers your first question. There was a period of time where I think that if you were a well-meaning leftist, you could have thought that reformism could get a lot done. Like there might have been a reform in order to have revolution sort of mindset, but that was quickly dashed by actual existing attempts. There are a variety of reasons it fails. One is that the people you put into positions of power quickly just become cogs in the machine, carrying out a specific thing that is necessary for them to do within their seat of power. The most they can really do is pump the brakes, and the rest of the system is just going to destroy them for trying to pump the brakes. Now, if you have a mass movement where they're afraid to destroy your politician, you can make it to where you can get more done. But once you get a lot done, your mass movement will tend to dissipate, and then your reformists will undergo the same fate as I previously said. They will get destroyed by the process, either by becoming components in the machine, or they will just be destroyed by being ousted by other people within the machine. It's a very impermanent process. If you want an example of how it can turn out, look at the Scandinavian social democracies. But that is your limit right there. You want to see what the limits are? Scandinavian social democracy. What do you consider? Oh yeah, I just answered that one. I'm kind of going all over the place here. I just finished reading Bakunin, and most of the books I could find by Kropotkin. What else would you recommend? Malatesta, hands down. Like read Malatesta, read Anarchy. You probably, if you've read that much, you don't need to read an anarchist program, but you still might enjoy it. But read Anarchy by Malatesta. Read a lot. Just read essays by Malatesta. His essays are incredible. A lot of people read The Method of Freedom, which is just a big compilation of his essays, and I would recommend that. I think you'd get a lot out of it. As for more modern theorists, I'd read Lorenzo Camboa Irvin's Anarchism and the Black Revolution. Very, very important work, and one of the most modern works of anarchism you'll find as well. I've also been recommending it over and over, but I'll continue to do so. Social Anarchism and Organization by FARJ. I would highly recommend reading that. It's excellent. Very, very modern theory and practice. What's your opinion on the war in Ukraine? Should the West, NATO, EU get involved? And if so, how? Russia may actually push for another offensive this year. They've purposely backed themselves into it. I mean, the truth is that there's probably no real ideal outcome for a situation like that. You know, the ideal outcome would probably be the Ukraine maintaining its national position and keeping Russia from invading it. Probably what will more likely take place is just that, NATO will get involved. Probably as soon as NATO gets involved, that will be the end of any real conflict. Russia probably will just try to take as much as they can before that takes place. And as soon as there was any risk of a real shooting conflict between NATO and Russia, there wouldn't be any more shooting conflict. We've just, I think we've left the era of direct confrontation of empires. So instead, what would probably take place is Russia or the United States, whichever one of them backed out of a formal shooting conflict in that capacity, would end up using proxies in order to wage conflict, just like has been taking place in the Middle East now for decades. Do you like eggs? I fucking love eggs. Oh God, that's gonna get clipped, isn't it? Yeah, no, eggs are good. I'm into eggs. What is your opinion on platformism? I am basically a platformist. I'm just a more updated platformist, which is to say I'm a specificist, based around a praxis called a specifismo. A specifismo is just kind of a modern update of platformism, taking into account the failures of platformism beforehand and building a more socially robust movement. So I guess you might say I am a platformist. That's my opinions on it. Hey, how would an anarchist society, in your understanding, work with people who have severe intellectual handicaps? I don't think that it'd be a problem, to be honest. It's not an issue. Um, yeah, I don't see an issue. I mean, to me, an anarchist society has to be based around disability justice to begin with. So, like you would already be making, all kinds of different accommodations so that people with any kind of handicap would be able to participate in the process or act as they please in the society that they've been given. I love to be a bother, but how are you today, Anark? I'm doing okay. I'm getting by. It's all right. Oh man, we're coming up on 4 hours though. I think we're about I'm about reaching my limit on this one. Okay, 4 hours might be too much. Um, but I'll keep answering questions here for a little while at least. Oh, uh, just curious, do you know anything about Rattle or the author Zick, who has published work in the Anarchist Library? I imagine you'd have some excellent critique. I only know about them because people have told me about them. I haven't read them yet. Um, Given what I've been told, chances are I'm going to have some very substantial disagreements. But at the moment, it doesn't seem super pertinent to the research that I'm carrying out. It might be for the individualist versus social anarchist portion of this, but I think it would be more pertinent for a little bit later when I'm actually talking about praxis. But yeah, from what people have provided of their work, I don't find it very. It's not very insightful to me, at least. Do you have any critiques of Kim Stanley Robinson's science fiction? Haven't read it. Don't know. uh, yeah, I have no idea. Could you recommend books on the Spanish Civil War and the CNTFAI? Absolutely. The first one is the Anarchist Collectives. Uh, I'll put these both in the chat here. Okay, boom. Okay, there is Sam Dolgoff's The Anarchist Collectives. That one you can find for free. Unfortunately, the other one, it's like, what is it? Workers, management, and revolutionary Spain. Anarchism. Yeah, that's it. Anarchism and Workers' Self-Management in Revolutionary Spain. This is the best one that I ever found. By far the best work that I ever found on the topic. Um, Unfortunately, I've not found a free copy yet, which is unusual for any anarchist work. But At the moment, I've not just found a PDF of it. I'm sure it's out there, but it's the best I've found. Anarchist collectives used to be the best you could find, but I think that one is actually even better. So let's see here. Thoughts about the Black Panthers, specifically Fred Hampton. I think in spite of their form of organization, a lot of them seem like principled revolutionaries that did a lot of good. Yeah, I think the reason why that a lot of anarchists and libertarian socialists have a positive vision of the Black Panthers and they don't have a positive vision of a lot of other vanguardists is that the Black Panthers actually had a dual power program. They were actually doing something a little bit prefigurative, like the breakfast programs, development of community defense militias. That sort of stuff is actually transformative. That actually has a revolutionary potential. It's unfortunate it was under a vanguard structure. And the Black Panthers themselves, many of them now anarchists, have made critiques of that vanguard structure as being responsible for the failure of the project. But overall, a lot of anarchists and libsocs have a favorable view of the Black Panthers because the Black Panthers did a little bit of prefiguration. And that's good. what what would you like to see happen on May Day? I'm starting to dream about a rad May in this random medium-sized city in the Pacific Northwest and curious to hear your ideas. I mean, the thing is like protests are good. Obviously, it'd be great if like a strike could be formulated around any May Day event. Um, but for me, I'm really these days very focused around how everything functions to produce organizational solidity, right? And in my mind, what I would want to see, and therefore, is organizations planning around May Day prolifically, because then they, in that process, might actually be able to turn any May Day event into a process for dual power. Instead of just being big protests, which big protests they're cool, for people that aren't radicalized yet, they're often very empowering. And they can sometimes turn into a form of sort of escalation or mild insurrection. But I have to admit, I'm kind of burnt out on the protest cycle at this point. Once again, because I started to Occupy, perhaps, but I would still be happy to see, big protests and escalation and all of that, clashes and so on. But I would really like to see these used as vectors for the organization of events and, like perhaps like popular education initiatives, development of unions or strengthening of unions. Development of tenant unions as well, insofar as that rent strikes could be organized. But yeah, I mean, stuff a little, excuse me, stuff a little outside of the general protest cycle. That's what I'd like to see. What's your opinion on egoism and post-left anarchism in general? I've already answered this one a few times. Not trying to dismiss you here or anything, but I talked about that one a few times. What do you think of veganism? Veganism as a political project, thumbs up. Veganism as a personal boycott, thumbs down. I do not think personal boycotts are worth almost anything, and I am very doubtful that the personal boycott will ever even affect the ends that most vegans would desire. I think anybody who is committed to the cause of veganism and animal liberation needs to be engaging in direct action and pressure campaigns, not just a personal boycott. So if what is meant by veganism is just a personal boycott, to me, it's just a form of lifestyleism. But if that veganism is accompanied by an actual campaign of direct action, pressure, expropriation, all of that, then I have a lot of respect for that perspective. And I think that it may actually even affect something broader scale. And I think that's the reason why the government has classified, environmental activists as terrorists here in the last few years, especially in the US. So it's because it's a real threat. Do you have a recommended reading list compiled anywhere? Oh, whoa, where am I now? Okay. Also, do you think, I do not have a recommended reading list compiled somewhere, but you are now, I think, the third or fourth person to ask me that in like the last month. So I might make one. Basically I have a bunch of materials that I recommend regularly. I've just never like put them on a list somewhere so that everybody could go see. And I may very well develop one here in the next couple weeks or so, Do you think someone can be sufficiently well informed in theory via only YouTube, podcasts, etc.? Probably not. Only because, and I don't say that because I think that that's like a fundamental limitation to those mediums. I think that YouTube or podcasts could conceivably make someone as informed as reading theory. I think the problem is that very few YouTubers and very few podcasters are deep diving on any of these ideas. They're constantly asking themselves how they can boil everything down to the lowest common denominator. They're always like, figuring out how they can message to the normies. You know what I'm saying? Like, instead of like really going deep on the ideas, they're constantly figuring out how they can just make everything easily consumable and just shallow enough that people won't run away when they hear the jargon. And I think that does not have the capacity to educate somebody to the degree that theory does. Insofar as that continues to be the case for YouTube and podcasts, no, somebody cannot get to the level they would get if they were reading theory directly. Insofar as that YouTube or podcasting went in a different direction, insofar that they tried to reach that level of scrutiny and that academic rigor, and they didn't shy away from jargon. Yes, theoretically one could. I just don't think we have the current state of those, mediums developed where they could do that task. What's your favorite color? Probably like dark blue. I like blue, That's just me. Something that is often brought up as an argument against anarchism is the claim that it cannot successfully defend itself without resorting to authoritarian tactics. What is your answer to this? I don't think it's true. First of all, I don't think that it's necessary to use authoritarian tactics. I've given there. We even have examples to the contrary in both Rojava and the Zapatistas, where there are many autonomous militias functioning both on their own and in coordination with a larger militia structure. So I think we can see the answer is that's not really true. But authoritarians can't really see anything clearly, so they've essentially they think they won the argument because they just said authority is any time when anything imposes itself over your will. And so, wrecked anarchists, you use authoritarian methods. And so, that it's just kind of an empty polemic with no real substance to it. So if what they mean by authoritarian methods is like imposing your will through violence, well, then they didn't know what authoritarianism was to begin with, so their critique doesn't matter. And if what they mean is authoritarianism is necessary insofar as developing a state, well, we have counterexamples. It's just not true. So that would be my response to it. But I've also responded a little more in depth to that previous in this stream. So I'm going to move on. is there any good, well-informed leftists that talk about geopolitics regularly? The only people that do are just, I assume that's tankies, says talkies, tankies whose only opinion is USA bad and simping for Russia. I think you'll find that a lot of the current work that is being done on those topics is being done by authoritarian leftists. But there are some places where you can go to find it. Just generally, what you'll find is that those places are directly from sources on the ground, which those authoritarians are constantly trying to smear to you. So go look for anarchist groups and libertarian socialist groups that are within those areas. For example, if you just go, there's all this stuff that's been happening in Africa lately. Well, there's a Twitter account called, Horn Africa Anarchists, I think is what it was called. And there's several other anarchist groups that have Twitters and in a bunch of these areas that are the victims of imperialism. There is now an anarchist confederation in Iran, for example, and theirs is super useful to understand what's taking place on the ground in the Middle East. You can also go listen to all of those associated Twitters and organizations around Rojava. So if you go look for I think it's called the Internationalist Commune of Rojava or something. There's a bunch of these resources out there like that. It's harder because when you're an authoritarian, you're being bankrolled by states. Right, you're already being bankrolled, apparently not just by states, but when it comes to things like PSL, apparently they're being bankrolled by wealthy capitalists. But when you're being bankrolled by powerful interests, you can put together this organization that just pays all these journalists in one place to do the analysis of world politics. Whereas right now, anarchists are not being bankrolled by anyone. So anarchists have to resort to finding people on the ground that hold anarchist or libertarian socialist views and then listening to what they have to say, because we don't have big news, a single news agency that is bankrolled by big interests. So it's a little more work. I try to retweet these accounts as much as I can, but I understand if you're having some difficulty. Follow my Twitter and hopefully you'll be able to, pick up on some of these, and maybe at some point I'll try to make a thread of a bunch of these for people who are interested in that. Are you uploading this later? Yes, all these live streams just automatically upload to the channel afterwards. Can you give a critique of the Marxist-Leninist concept of withering of the state? Okay, clearly that is too much for the live stream. But if you are interested in that question, I did a 4-part series called "The State is Counter-Revolutionary," which not only lays out a critique of that, it lays out just basically debunks the entire state socialist conception. So from almost every argument I've ever heard from an authoritarian leftist is in that series somewhere. So go watch that. And if you feel like maybe I still haven't answered your question, feel free to send me a message and maybe we'll talk about it. I've had struggles getting people to commit to projects. It always ends up with endless meetings. So I'm just going to go out there and do what I need to get done. And if people want, they can come. Unfortunately, endless meetings can be the outcome of making an organization, but it is a demonstration that something is wrong. Okay. Your meetings, if your meetings are meetings about meetings, you're fucking up. What that usually means is you don't have a material project you're working on. And now I'll say there's 2 possibilities, or you're early in the organization's history. Early in the organization, all you've got is meetings. It's just you guys discussing what you want to do. You're trying to develop how your charter or your whatever you want to call it, social contract, or your, bylaws, how they function, how you want to interact with the world, what the mission of your group is. That's how groups start. Okay. It sucks, but often it's just 3 people sitting in a room. Well, maybe you could do this. And have you talked to such and such lately? And are they involved with this in this group? Sometimes it's just that. For 1 month, 2 month, 3 months sometimes, okay, at the very beginning. But if you guys are already developed and you've done projects, but you've devolved into meetings about meetings, you're doing something very wrong. You need to be getting the group back on track. You need, and it probably means you guys are making lots of proposals and following through on very few of them, in which case I would recommend just doing like a moratorium on new proposals until you get a hold of what proposals you've already passed and you're supposed to be acting on, and you are acting on them. And then at that point, you can go back to making proposals. But once again, if you're not at the beginning and you're a little ways in and it's just meetings about meetings, something's very wrong. What are the attributes of being a physicalist? You believe everything is physical. I mean, not to be like dismissive here, but that's really what it boils down to. In the same way as being a materialist means that you believe the entire universe is material and there's nothing outside of the material world. Being a physicalist is believing that everything is physical and nothing exists outside of the physical world. Everything can be attributable to a physical process. So, you could see this as a rejection of a realm above the physical world, a spiritual or magical realm. You could also see this as a rejection of idealism, which is to say, but the belief that ideas precede reality. So that's physicalism in a nutshell, at least. What are your thoughts on mutualism? No, this is number 5. Yeah, no, I've answered that numerous times. I'm just going to have to skip over that one this time. Do you think reading theory is necessary for everybody involved with anarchism? No, probably not, to be honest. Lots of people are going to be engaging in action alongside anarchist groups and are neither going to have the time nor the desire to read theory, but they are both in practice and in ideology allies. That's actually a lot of people, and that's fine. That's totally fine. I do think we should encourage people to read some theory. We should be trying to find the theory that will appeal to them in their circumstances, and trying to give them an avenue so that they can begin exploring the ideas for themselves. And I say that because I don't know about you guys, but I've been highly radicalized by reading theory. It has solidified my own ideas. It has made me a better organizer. Theory is not just obscure stuff, not just ideas. Theory informs how we act. So I would say, you don't have to force everybody to read theory, but it is something you should encourage as best as possible. Do you believe in the abolition of money? Yes. Yeah. Ultimately, we would want to abolish money. We would want to move to an economy which is entirely based around direct distribution based on need, where those who have the ability produce and those who have the need are given that thing. And that would, communism. That would be our desired system. Therefore, the abolition of money. What is this? A 10-hour 10K celebration? I mean, oh God, 4 hours and 22 minutes. Okay, this is it. I'm only gonna answer the questions down to, okay, I know where I'm gonna stop. This is it. We're cutting it. We're cutting it, and then we're gonna maybe talk for a few minutes. Favorite music or artists? I don't know. I've listened to a lot of music over the years. Like the music, I don't know. My brain went blank when you asked. Trying to remember what the last stuff I was listening to. I guess the music I've come back to over the years, I'll say, is like the Mars Volta, System of a Down. Some of the indie music from my youth. I've come back to Justice a few times, but I also listen to like Chopin. That's why there's a lot of Chopin in these videos. all kinds of stuff. The Beatles are one of my favorite bands. I've come back to them many, 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 many times at this point. Um, the Deer Hunter, that's one I've come back to numerous times. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. That was a terrible answer. I'm sure there's like, as soon as this is over, I'm like, oh man, what did I think about blah, blah, blah. But there it is. Oh, I guess maybe also like SZA and Frank Ocean. I've come back to them numerous times. I think I've listened to SZA's Control. Like I've come back and listened to it on repeat for like weeks at a time, like 4 or 5 times now. you know, I've come back to Frank Ocean's Channel Orange similarly many, many times. How many times have you been told to read On Authority? Oh, I mean, an infinite number of times, but it's not hard because it's like 3 pages long. It's like it's a very empty polemic, so just go reread it every time they tell me. It won't be too difficult. What was the anarchist group in Iran called? Let me see if I can find it real quick. Yep, I found it. It's called Federation of Anarchism Era. I will just put it straight here in the chat. How do you think the social atomization and isolation our society is facing will affect future organizing? Yeah, that one's very pertinent, and something I've been really facing as I ask myself what to do as an organizer. I think it's going to be harmful. It's going to make it harder for sure. It's already made it quite a bit harder. It has also, however, led to a lot of people being very upset with the system. As I said earlier in the stream, I think it's part of the reason why the anti-work subreddit has exploded so much. This social alienation, these periods of quarantining. I think they're very damaging to people's mental health, but and they're also damaging to our ability to organize. Not only that, because we have to take all these precautions when we meet in public, but also it has provided a crisis which has made people question the system. So it's a mixed bag. I think it's mostly negative, but I guess insofar as it's had any positive, it's caused some people to question the system, to look around them and recognize things are really bad, and that the only thing that was tiding them over was their ability to talk with others and be around their friends. And that when that's taken away, what do they have? And I think they end up in a situation where their answer is very little. And that's both heartbreaking and a process for radicalization. So we'll see how it goes. I think history will show that this event ended up being one of the most important events, and whatever happens, it will end up being an incredibly important event especially because of the pandemic on social isolation, which was already getting bad just because of, the internet to some degree. It's a big question. That one I'm not going to be able to answer fully within the period of time here. So let's see here. What were your thoughts on the Bernie Sanders 2016 and 2020 campaigns? How do you assess the argument that Bernie helped to radicalize large swaths of the US, making them receptive to socialism? My thoughts on those campaigns are different now than they were then. I was definitely a lot more sympathetic to an electoralist approach, which I kind of viewed as like a form of entryism or something. And essentially, speaking to your second argument, I thought they were valuable insofar as that they were bringing the word socialism to a mass audience, such that a bunch of new people were, for the first time, becoming interested in what socialism was. Insofar as that's the case, Bernie was was a success. That was valuable, highly valuable, that conversation is now out front. There's a lot of conversation to be had about how many social democrats and authoritarian leftists it created, but it was overall good for that reason. And I think another reason why it was overall good is that it taught a lot of people that electoral politics can't do what they need, that they're fundamentally very, very limited, and that they, in fact, quite contrary to the Daniel of 2016, the ideas of Daniel of 2016 cannot function as a form of entryism, especially at the level of the president. And they were valuable for me in that way. It was highly radicalizing to watch this fail, because since 2011, when I was getting involved in Occupy, a lot of us would look at electoral politics and say, maybe if they were just done in this better way, what if we had an insurgent socialist candidate, This would be the kind of stuff we'd say to each other. And I'm glad that this happened, because now we have the example that it can't work, that it doesn't work, that it's a failed praxis that is now failed for 150 longer, around 150 years at least, So Bernie was a net positive in a few different ways. He did waste a ton of energy, but he also created a ton of energy, which he then wasted. He radicalized a lot of people, insofar as a lot of people researched socialism for the first time. And he radicalized a lot of people because a lot of people realized electoral politics are going nowhere and reformism is a failed praxis. So I guess that's the short answer to that question. You said, isn't that positivism? No. Positivism is the belief that the only things which exist are those which can be measured. So that is to say, if there was something which were proposed to exist, and yet there were no capacity for us to measure that thing, the positivist would tell us that non-measurable thing doesn't exist. And the positivist further tends to say that we should only reason from the results of those measurements and experiments, that we should not reason in an abstract sense. Like for taking Einstein as an example, I'm trying not to get too crunchy here. Einstein conceptualized of special relativity in a sheerly theoretical sense. Like he just kind of entertained it as a set of ideas. And then he developed a series of mathematical postulates which demonstrated how special relativity would function. And then we didn't get an experimental confirmation until many years later. Well, positivists will have a tendency to not think in this way, to instead only reason from the results of experiments, and to only think that the results of experiments are the things which exist, and anything which cannot be experimented on, but even if it's practically or theoretically, is something that does not exist. So that is not my position. What's your personal education history? Did you go to university? If so, what did you study? Yes, I went to University of Oklahoma. I got my bachelor's in physics with an emphasis on particle physics, and my minor was in philosophy with an emphasis on philosophy of science. But so yeah, I pretty much learned nothing of what I know now about anarchism from going to college. All right. So I reached the point that I said, once I reach this in the chat, I'm not going to answer any more questions. I'm going to cut it there. Okay. Or I'm going to stick around on the stream for a minute or two here, but I'm done answering questions for now. That is it. Okay. I'm getting back to the, I reached 11K during the stream. Nice. Okay. Let's see here. All right, getting caught up. Good stuff. All right. That was a good one. That was a good one. Glad I set up these posters behind. Way more interesting, I gotta say. A way better backdrop than what came before. Anarchy, purple. All right. Okay. Fair enough. Oh, then maybe they're commenting on me saying that my favorite color was blue. I don't know. Yeah, congrats on 11K. And the title is celebrating 10K. Yeah, that sounds about right. It's coming along. That last video did way better than any video beforehand. It's still doing better than any video I ever put out before that. And I'm happy. Honestly, guys, I really did not think that video was going to do as well as it did. And I did not think it was, definitely did not think it was going to have like this broadly, positive reception, given that it was like the most theory dense video I've ever produced. It was essentially a work where I was like, if I were just writing theory at the graduate level, and I knew that I was going to have to submit this for like extreme scrutiny and all of that, and I just didn't care at all that it was going to be turned into a video essay, what would I say? And I just went for it. I just used the jargon, essentially. I established it and went on with it. And so I'm really glad that people found it insightful and that they gleaned a lot from it. That's really pleasing to me because, I don't plan on changing that. I'm not going to be compromising anytime soon. It's not within my personality. So yeah, I'm really happy that video turned out that way. Part 2 will probably be, it will be utilizing a lot of that jargon from the first part. So it will probably also be pretty dense. Let's see here. I laid out what the parts were going to be called. Part 1, I already called anarchist analysis. Part 2, I think I might just call anarchy or theory of anarchy. And it's a theory of what anarchy is, what principles might guide it, and so on. Part 3 will be revolutionary theory, which is a very broad, large arc of revolution going from where we are at to where we want to be. And it goes theory of anarchy, then revolutionary theory, because means ends unity, right? You have to know what you're going to achieve in order to figure out what you do to get there. That one is by far the most satisfying to write. I have like already 7,000 words in part 3. Part 2 and part 3 are about 7,000 words long, which is about half of what part 1 ended up being. So those will probably both end up being 2 hours by themselves as well. If I just have to guess how much I'm going to end up writing here. And then part 4 is what I currently have called a comprehensive praxis. It'll probably end up having some other name, but it's essentially conceived to be a massive, involved flow chart of, if this is your condition, do this. It's like, it is an act of pure hubris, to be honest. I even recognize that it's foolish that I'm even thinking that I'm going to make that, but I'm going to be collaborating with a lot of other very smart people who also are organizers, who are also very informed, who also have experience. And we're going to try to create something really incredibly powerful for part 4. So yeah, I mean, that'll probably at least cover the next year of videos, If you guys are interested in the work I'm doing here, like those videos, if, you enjoyed the stream, if you enjoy the stuff that I've produced so far, like, please become a patron. I'm in this place right now where I'm like right on the cusp of being able to almost do this full time. If I can just, if that Patreon can just grow, I could make these videos faster. I could read more books. I could spend more time working on them. It would change my life, to be honest. And as I said earlier, it would be the fulfillment of a life goal, which is to like be a professional creator. You know, I wanted to be a professional artist ever since I was young. And this is like the first time in my life that I've actually gotten the opportunity to produce art and for people to consume it and for me to actually be able to make a living off of it. And like, I appreciate you guys giving me that opportunity. Like that's how big of a difference becoming a patron actually makes in my life, you know? So yeah. The Hope video made you cry. Yes. That's how I know I did my job. You know, people said that the most recent video made them cry, and I'm really pleased to hear that. I thought that it was so academic that it didn't really have the capacity to do that. You know, I thought, you know, people are probably not going to get very emotional at this one. I just talked about the you know, historic colonization of the chiroarchal mega machine. I don't think, you know, people aren't going to cry at that. But like, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, Josh, thanks for bringing that up. Yes, there are some Patreon exclusives. For example, if you want to ask me a question like this at any time, not just when I'm on live stream, I'll do like a 5-minute piece where I just do like a 5-minute response video where I essentially sit down and I talk to the camera like this and answer any question you like. That's one. Another one is just that, of course, people can always be asking me questions through that. The scripts get published to patrons way before anybody else ever sees them. I even publish them there when they're in rough draft forms, when they're like these messes that have stuff all over the place. I give patrons updates on a regular basis. But yeah, those are the main things for now. You know, if I were to be able to do it full time, I'd probably do even more for patrons, to be honest. But right now it's really hard to find the time. I actually have another job, so I can't really survive on the channel yet. And I'd really like to get to that point, but I hope you decide to relist or unprivate the decoding jargon video. Yeah, the thing is that that video served a decent purpose of giving people a baseline, you know, of it was essentially a video, one of my few videos that was like aimed towards the average person and giving them an understanding of what a bunch of these words meant that would be at least operative enough for them to learn more theory afterwards. But I just really over time felt that I didn't like the definitions that I was using in that video. Some of them are still fine, you know, but other ones of them are too simplified, which is not to say there couldn't be simplified versions of those. It's to say the versions I chose left out important features or included features that weren't good. I recall my definition of anarchism had like a kind of Chomskyan influence to it, and I don't really like that. Um, you know, I don't know. I'd consider like making it available to patrons. I don't know. I just don't like that people would come to my channel and think that those are the operative definitions that I'm using in my work. Could we ask what your opinion on mutualism is? Make it end. No, but if you want to know what my opinion, if you're just coming in here at the tail end and you want to know what my opinion on mutualism is, I answered it in pieces, I think 2 or 3 separate times over the course of the stream. Do you have any opinions on Caleb Maupin's bread tube serves imperialism? Yes, it's fucking hilarious. Like, wow. They're just over there defaming themselves. I don't need to do any work. Okay. Like they're all I got to say is they're the info wars of the left. And then they just do the work proving that they're the info wars of the left. Okay. Like I just point my finger. I just point my finger and go, basically like Alex Jones and Paul Watson, except left-wing and anti-American, right? Like about that simple. I think most people agree. and they're really digging their own graves these days, especially with the attack, the the article about about Abigail Thorne, about Philosophy Tube. that was that was a fucking joke. Like that was hilarious. It's like, are you guys serious right now? Dang. That's really good to hear, MR. Those things, hearing things like that are what keep me going. Left wing indeed. uh I'm gonna give them that they're left wing, but they're really pushing the boundaries on that one. The fact that they unironically believe Vosh and Philosophy Tube is CIA is insane. I know, that's the hilarious part. It's like that they legitimately believe it. It's not that it's just rhetoric. You would expect that. They're empty propagandists. It's that they actually believe it's true. They're not doing a very good job if they're CIA, I gotta say. Do I have a link for Scissortail? Yes, I'll get that for you. Here you go. All right. Well, I'm coming back around. I'm about around to the end of this stream here, I think. I appreciate all the compliments. I saw everything you guys say. You know, I didn't respond to most of them, but I really appreciate you guys telling me how much the channel means to you. You know, I put a huge amount of work, a huge amount of work into these videos. And I'm really glad that they connect with people. I'm glad that they're doing their purpose, which is to provide an end of the pipeline channel to people. And everybody wants to be at the mouth of the pipeline. And this channel is one of the very few, I think, that's trying to be the end of the pipeline. And I'm glad to hear that there are people that connects with them, and that there's enough people that want to see what the end of the pipeline looks like. So I really appreciate you all being here. All right. Well, I think that is about it for this evening. See you guys again in 7 months. Am I joking or am I not joking, though? I don't know. But thanks for coming to the live stream. Definitely 45 people is the most I've ever had here. And to those of you who are, you know, watching this massive 4-hour and 45-minute live stream afterwards, thank you. And I guess I'll talk to you all soon. Have a good one.